can see other sterling civil matters that have been captured. It's not like court TV. Okay. We are now recording. The first matter that I wanted to address is there was a motion to intervene. I don't see Mr. Berg in the courtroom. Is he here? I had not set it formally for hearing. We're simply a motion for preliminary injunction here today. Has anyone consulted with Mr. Berg? Has anyone seen the motion to intervene?
We've seen the motion, Your Honor. We would like an opportunity to respond in writing before you rule on it, please.
Okay. It appeared that the United States did not object to the intervention, but you all may file a response if you want to.
That's correct, Your Honor. We would like to file a response, and we have reviewed the motion. We do not either consent or oppose it.
Okay. How much time do you all need? Is Mr. Vail is going to be the primary spokesman or Ms. Mayer?
Ms. Mayer is the lead. I'm the briefer.
You're the briefer. Okay.
A week, I think.
That's fine. I think that you will find that I try and push lawyers, but I don't want to kill lawyers. Dead lawyers are not helpful for me. As I read through the parties' papers and, to the best of my ability, tried to go through everything that has been filed, it appears to me that where we are is that the original complaint was filed. The original answer, which was filed in January, simply does not assert any issue as to mootness. That the whole issue as to mootness has been raised in the parties' papers, the defendant's position. And my sense of the defendant's position is sort of that it's twofold. On one hand, the defendant's position is that it has discretion as to what it wants, what it should do in providing the meals for inmates, and that it has no constitutional requirements to provide kosher meals, but in the alternative, that the issue is moot. It would appear to me that, based upon the evidence in the file thus far, that the issue of mootness is sort of a defense, a lack of jurisdiction. The defendant has the burden of proving mootness based upon the Rich decision. It would appear that mootness is not a viable defense at this particular point in time.
Your Honor, I would like to try to persuade you otherwise, despite the existence of the Rich opinion.
Well, I have read it, and I'm inclined to agree that at this point, based on the papers, is there anything you're going to tell me that's different, especially considering that you have the obligation to show that it is unambiguous that the state's position will not change? And given the fact that the most recent change in the program has been just a couple of weeks ago, and that was a change on the plan that was filed right before the hearing in Rich, it seems that the evidence is mounting that it's definitely, I could not conclude that it is unambiguous as to what is the Department of Corrections position.
Well, Your Honor, it is unambiguous that we intend to go forward to provide a system-wide kosher diet for every inmate that it is possible to do within the system. What you're talking about is the margins of the policy, and the policy itself is a work in progress. We are rolling it out at Union Correctional Institution beginning July 1st to see how and why and whether there are any problems with the manner in which we do it. But the overall commitment to provide a kosher diet is unambiguous. Just simply how we do it is still, as any administrative policy, is subject to change based upon new conditions, new understanding.
But Mr. Vail, your papers are very explicit that your position is that you you do not have a constitutional obligation, you do not have a responsibility to provide kosher meals.
That is the case, Your Honor, and I would like to make one point. This is not a constitutional case. This is a statutory case. The United States is proceeding under RLUIPA, not under the Constitution. And the standards under the RLUIPA are different than under the Constitution. Under RLUIPA, the legislative history is very clear. We cannot be required to provide a religious accommodation if in doing so would impose a substantial cost on the department. Congress was very clear that they did not wish to place that sort of burden on the states.
But isn't it your burden to demonstrate that it is that the particular plan that you have satisfies a compelling state interest, and that that it is the least restrictive means?
That's true, Your Honor, but that legislative history of RLUIPA is very clear that cost containment is a compelling interest in and of itself. And opinions from this
I don't think anyone disagrees, Mr. Vail, as to what the standard is. The question is, what is the evidence to support your position?
Well, we intend...
And I looked at the proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law that the state submitted, and I didn't see anything in there that cited to anything in the record. The government's was much more helpful as far as identifying where in the record was the particular evidence to support the particular proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law. And with all due respect to you as the briefer, and I recognize the state's under great financial restrictions, and the state council is doing a lot of things, and there are only 24 hours in a day, but it is, I did not see, I saw a reformatting of the papers up to that point as far as the proposed findings of facts and conclusions
Your
law.
Honor, we cited to the affidavit that we filed of Mr. Phillips, who is a food service expert, and in his affidavit he talks about the costs of providing this particular diet for inmates, and the cost is 3.7 times greater than the cost of the regular diet. And Mr. Phillips is here, and he's going to testify about that, and we're going to put that in the record if the affidavit isn't good enough.
Then let's proceed with the witnesses and make the record.
Very good.
Okay. Anything from the United States before we proceed?
Two quick things, Your Honor. First of all, I would just underscore that we believe the case is not moot for all the reasons explained by the Rich Court last month. All of the same factors are present here. And before we proceed to putting on our witnesses to discuss the substantive case, we would respectfully suggest that all of the exhibits are moved into evidence for purposes of this preliminary injunction hearing.
Okay, let us make sure that we're all working on the same exhibit list, because I saw that the state had filed 2 exhibit lists. I'm simply going on the second filed exhibit list. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing, Ms. Mayer and Mr. Vail?
For Your Honor, I believe we only filed 1 exhibit list. It's document 45.
I saw a second one that's docket entry 55. Defendant's notice of filing hearing exhibits?
Those are just the exhibits themselves, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Cindy, if you can print that up. Let me introduce my Chief of Staff Law Clerk who is working with me on this case. I find that it's helpful if it adds a human element, if you all can see the face that goes with the name or the voice on the plaintiff. This is Miss Cindy Bullen, and she is a lawyer of almost 20 years, clerked in the Middle District before coming here, worked in private practice before clerking in the Middle District, and then taught law school at Nova University for about 6 years and has been with me almost 5 years. Thank you. Okay. Is there any objection to moving all of the exhibits into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. We would object to a number of them on relevance grounds.
Which ones?
Well, I'm not sure, number one, what the food service is, but definitely number 4 on the medical.
I presume you're objecting to the government's.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor, the governor.
And I'm looking at docket entry 49.
49, yes.
And which one, please?
Well, I'm not sure what purpose of submitting the food service. If it's for the therapeutic diets, then we would object on relevance grounds. And
So this is exhibit number 1 that you're objecting to?
Number 1, Your Honor.
Okay. And then what are the other ones?
Number 4, for the same reason.
Did you talk to Mr. Songer?
Yes, Your Honor. We did discuss the exhibit list. Defendants did not agree to authenticate most of our exhibits, including these policies that were produced to us.
Their own policies? They objected to the authenticity of the policies?
No, we discussed that authenticity, admissibility was what I had more concern with. There were some letters and so forth that we had not had an opportunity to verify. Those are also objectionable based on hearsay grounds. But number 4 would be relevance because of the therapeutic diets. I believe that's the purpose.
Then let's do this. We'll just go through each exhibit as they are submitted, if there's going to be a long list of objections.
I believe there is a long list of objections, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll proceed in the standard way. It appears to me that the primary witness is, how shall we proceed?
The United States, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Call your first witness.
The United States intends to call 2 witnesses, both of whom are former officials at the Federal Bureau of Prisons and were retained originally as expert consultants by the United States in their investigation of Florida's dietary policies. They are testifying today purely as fact witnesses about the Federal Bureau of Prisons' kosher diet policies.
It appears to me that given the undisputed facts that the parties have agreed to, that where this case really is that the state has basically conceded that there are at least one, if not more, inmates that would be eligible, that have the sincere faith to be eligible for a kosher food service so that they can practice their religious faith in an unimpeded fashion. And so where it appears just mechanically that we are is that the state's position is that it has a plan, although the plan is not in existence, that they are contemplating a plan, and that they believe that the plan satisfies all of the requirements under the statute. Ms. Mayor, am I summarizing the state's position?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Okay, so then I think we should be proceeding with the state's witnesses, because this is basically their defense they're putting on, and then you can call your witnesses as rebuttal.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any objection to that procedure? It seems to me that that will be the most efficient.
No, I don't think we object to that, Your Honor. There is one legal issue I think that we should address before we proceed, and that is the question of the government's attack on the existing plan. It's our position that that's not in controversy, that there's nothing in the complaint to raise an Article 3 question about it, that they cannot raise a challenge to it in their moving papers. It's the same rule as in summary judgment proceedings where a party tries to assert a new claim in their moving papers. And so we submit they should have amended their complaint before we can take up those two aspects that they're concerned about as to our current plan.
But aren't we in the position that we are, Mr. Vail, because of the state's late decision to amend it, to come up with a plan, and that the state did not seek to amend its answer to raise the whole issue as to your new defense that this is moot based upon the new plan that has not yet been implemented?
It's an Article III jurisdiction question, Your Honor. I think it can be raised at any time, and it would have been the prudent thing for the government simply to amend its complaint and allege that there were aspects of the plan that...
But the plan has not yet been instituted.
It's been adopted. We are implementing it. We're going to run it out and start providing the diets on the 1st of July, and you're going to hear why the timetable is the way it is, because there are administrative problems with just doing it. You can't flip a switch and make it happen.
So what you would like to do is to amend your answer, and if you're going to be amending your answer, you want the government to amend its complaint? But how if it was just adopted after the fact in an attempt to moot, very clever, Mr. Vail, but it didn't persuade the 11th Circuit, and who am I to quibble with the 11th Circuit?
Well, Your Honor, the department has been committed to providing a kosher diet since as far back as 2004. We've been experimenting with doing that in the JDAP program, which was, we learned a lot from that. We terminated it because of considerable problems in it, which are outlined on page 10 of the report. And are also described in the case Young versus McNeil in the Northern District from 2009. We then went ahead with one of the recommendations from the JDAP report to start the South Florida Reception Center project to look at rabbi vetting of participants because of sincerity issues that had cropped up during JDAP. And now we're in the process of implementing another recommendation, which is to go system-wide with a prepackaged plan. Now we've had the South Florida experience. So we've got a history of trying to find ways to accommodate this particular religious belief and practice. And I will submit it's completely inaccurate to say that we're doing this to move litigation. We've been involved in this sort of thing for a long time. And the record itself, which the government has put in, shows that we've been doing that.
Okay, well then explain to me, Mr. Vail, if that was the states, and I don't want to be perceived as quibbling with you, because I do recognize running any executive branch agency is not easy. You are dealing with a lot of competing interests. And I assume that the state is trying to do the best that it can, consistent with all of those constraints. But the question that I have is, this case apparently started with an investigation. I don't know what precipitated the investigation, but usually when reasonable people get together, you sit down and you say, okay, here's what the plan is. Apparently it didn't work for whatever reason, I don't know. So the lawsuit was filed. Shortly after the lawsuit was filed, the parties came to me and said, we want to go to mediation. That I understand from the papers that as a result of the mediation with Mr. Bateman, the state was going to provide a plan the first week in March. A plan was not provided, and then ultimately, a couple of weeks later, a plan was provided. It wasn't discussed with the United States. I don't know if the state perceives that the United States is being a bully here, or it is a desire to have not be perceived as being pushed around because the state wants to be recognized as a sovereign. I don't know what the emotional or the factual issues that prevented a resolution of this case, but it didn't resolve.
I can speak to that, Your Honor, if the government will allow. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I said I can speak to that. I can tell you from our perspective why we didn't reach an agreement if the government will allow me to waive confidentiality of the mediation. I can tell I can tell you what the sticking point was. It was one major sticking point from our perspective. And I can tell you what it is if they will allow me to do that.
We have no objections to discussing the issues that have kept this case from settling.
Okay. What was it?
The United States insisted upon a consent decree, and we don't enter into consent decrees in cases of this nature. We're perfectly willing to settle with them. We were willing to settle with them on a non-consent decree basis, but they would not consider it.
Okay. Understand.
Your Honor, respectfully, I would just like to clarify that from our perspective, that is not accurate. There were two separate and equally important issues. One is that the even new plan presented by defendants, we believe, continues to violate our LUPA in a number of ways that will exclude sincere prisoners from the new religious diet program and harm their religious exercise. And defendants were not willing to agree to change those provisions. But secondly, it is important that defendants are not willing to make any kind of enduring commitment to providing kosher food. And we believe, given the history in this case, where defendants have previously discontinued an existing kosher diet program against the advice of their own study group, who warned them that doing so would violate federal law. And then for years, as Mr. Vail alluded to in the McNeil case, has litigated aggressively to the merits against pro se defendants to defend their right to deny a kosher diet to all prisoners, and didn't change that position until 7 months into this litigation by the United States after the court denied their motion to dismiss this case. We believe that absent an order from this court or an enforceable agreement that could be enforced in court, it is likely that defendants will once again terminate their newly announced kosher diet program and irreparably harm prisoners in Florida.
Okay, let us do this. Is there any problem? Everyone is here with their witnesses, I presume, because there are a lot of people sitting out there in the audience. I don't imagine that people are just have walked in because they have nothing better to do, but that could be possible. So I don't want to waste anyone's time since we're all ready to go, and we've all got the bubble right now. Let's do this. Let us have the. Is there any problem with the amendment being made, since it appears that the issues are joined by the parties pleading, and there is no dispute as to where the sticking point is with the new plan? So do you have any problem with filing an amended complaint, and then they can file their amended answer?
Well, Your Honor, we believe that Florida has been refusing to provide kosher meals in accordance with federal law for years.
Right.
And we are already sort of well down the road of attempting to rectify that refusal. We had an investigation for 15 months that was very costly, followed by this litigation, which has now been going on for nearly a year. I believe that the issues that remain outstanding are clear. They don't turn really on indisputed facts. Like the policy clearly says what it says.
No, I agree, but just so there is everything that, because I anticipate that however I rule, someone on the 11th Circuit will be looking at it, and just so that all of the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, if you will file, tell me how much time you need to file an amended complaint consistent with whatever the evidence that comes out here at the hearing. They can file their amended answer. The issues will have been joined, and Mr. Vail's concern of the form will be taken care of.
Your Honor, we would be happy to file an amended complaint, but to the extent that there's concern about this jurisdictional issue, I would just respectfully. I'm sorry, certainly.
And I'll just tell you what, if the acoustics in this courtroom are very challenging, And if you want to stand while you speak, if you can come to the podium, and if you have all of your notes there, why don't you just sit down and pull the microphone close to you? And then my court reporter is Mr. David Ehrlich. He has been doing this for nearly 50 years. He started out at the age of 2. That's why he looks so good. And he has deigned to tell me that he thinks he is eligible to retire next January.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will...
But if all counsel can help him, it would be a kindness, and it would reflect well on your prowess as advocates and professionalism.
Certainly, I will do my best to speak slowly. Your Honor, I would just like to briefly address this jurisdictional concern that's been raised. As I indicated, we of course could file an amended complaint and would be willing to do that. But we believe it's very clear that that's unnecessary here. The new policy issued by defendants relates to the same claim that's raised in the United States complaint, that the claim revolves around whether defendants' dietary policies violate RLUIPA. Argument is that it does, and the new policy is just one sort of additional factor in that analysis. Under the Rule 8 pleading standard, certainly defendants are on notice.
Slow down. When you see him shaking his head.
I apologize. But under the pleading standard established by Federal Rule Civil Procedure 8, the new dietary policy, defendants are on notice that the new dietary policy would come within the scope of the United States claim dealing with the application of their dietary policies to RLUIPA. And their last-minute change to this policy in an attempt to establish mootness, puts that defendants are the ones who have put that policy into play. But B, I would point this court, respectively, to the recent decision by the D.C. Circuit in Del Monte v. United States, where the court examined a similar question of a policy revision after a complaint had been filed, and the court held that the precise historical facts that spawn the claim are not the focus of this inquiry, but quote, whether the legal wrong complained of by the plaintiff will recur. And here we believe that the same legal wrong is at stake. The legal wrong is that Florida is not providing a kosher diet consistent with RLUIPA.
I agree with you, Mr. Songer, in that sense. That given the defendant's papers, the issue is still whether or not they need to even provide it. The subset is the particular new program that is still being modified and changed. And just to identify, as far as the pleadings are concerned, what are the 4 problems, as I understand the United States position, with the newest plan, although the 30 days, I believe it's now 30 days staying refrain or gestation period or sincerity period that I'm not quite sure what the wait period.
That's right, Your Honor. With respect to that point specifically, I think the risk of going back and amending the complaint would be that there is nothing to stop defendants from again tweaking their policy as they've continued to do right up to the eve of this hearing. Even after we had filed our motion and that motion had been fully briefed, they issued yet another revised dietary policy that removed one of those 4 challenge provisions, the 30 to 90-day gestation period, as you called it. And I think there would be a risk that if we were to amend our complaints to identify with specificity all of the provisions of the new policy that violate our LUPA, we could get back here in front of you and they could just change them again and send us back to the drawing board.
Okay, then what I will do is think about that, and I will tell you all what I want to have happen at the end of this hearing.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, I'd like to save attorneys' time so we don't get messed up in focusing on form over substance. And I'm sure that counsel want to do the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall we proceed? You want to call your first witness, Ms. Mayer?
Your Honor, we'd like to call James Upchurch, please.
Okay. Is the rule invoked, or does no one care?
Yes, Your Honor. We would respectfully invoke the rule to sequester witnesses.
We would too, Your Honor.
Okay, so can I ask in our audience who is a witness, or can the parties, I see five hands up, and shall we ask them to step out? There's a little room on both sides, so Mr. Songer or Miss Harold, James Harold?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
want to show
Certainly.
your witnesses where the room is if they want to hang out there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pardon? Probably. Yes.
Your Honor, while they are doing that, we have all of our exhibits. Do you want those?
Okay, the problem that I have with the format of the exhibit lists that the parties have come up with is ordinarily we have to file it in the record as to what's in and what's out. And and we usually use in federal court Form 87, which works very nicely in the docket. How do we want to deal with this, since usually I have a sheet that I can, because I function as the clerk of the court as well as the judge. It's a cost-saving factor.
Well, I don't know, Your Honor. We did prepare that kind of list for the court.
We're looking at docket entry 45.
45 is the list, and then we did file the exhibits, but I have the original exhibits as well.
Okay, but declarations are usually not exhibits that are admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, we were going to admit those after testimony covered all of the items in there simply because there were attachments to the exhibits, to those declarations.
Well, if you want to go through each one of the government's exhibits, I think I need to do the same with you. And so we'll need to move in each exhibit, okay? That is our attachment. Let's do that. Okay.
Do you want, does the court want these exhibits?
I think I may have all of them.
Okay, all right.
But if you'll just tell me where they are. I mean, I've brought out everything that the parties have filed.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may interject for just a moment, this might help the process. The United States has no objection to any of defendants' exhibits.
Okay. But I just need to have a clear record.
Understand.
It's one of the things they drum into you in baby judges school. Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, if you will please swear in. Mr. Upchurch. Okay, if you please have a seat.
James R. Upchurch. Upchurch.
Okay, Cindy, if you can move the camera over so it's a little bit more on Miss Mayer. There we go. Great. Okay, thank you. Not that we don't want you to be in the the focus of the camera, Mr. Vail, but like I said, this is not high tech.
I'm camera shy, Your Honor, anyway.
You look pretty good, Mr. Upchurch.
Well, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Upchurch.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
Florida Department of Corrections.
And what is your position with the Department of Corrections?
I'm the Assistant Secretary for Institutions
And how long have you held that position?
since January of this year.
And what other positions have you held with the Florida Department of Corrections?
I was the Bureau Chief of Security Operations from 1996 until a year and a half ago, at which time I became the Director of Operations, and then the position that I'm in now in January of this year.
And how long have you worked in the field of corrections?
43 years.
You're like Mr. Ehrlich. Started out at the age of 2.
Also looking forward to retirement.
Prior to coming to the Florida Department of Corrections, what other corrections experience do you have?
I started in corrections as an officer in 1968 in Mississippi and worked my way up there to warden of the 1,500-bed medium custody institution in 1982. I applied and was hired as a warden in the Arizona Department of Corrections in 1982 and served as a unit warden and complex warden there for approximately 15 years and over all types and custodies of inmates. And then I was contacted about my interest in the Security Chief of Operations position in Florida by a person who had worked for me formerly, and I accepted that position. And I came to Florida as the Chief of Security Operations, where I was over all of the security systems, security program, the policies, procedures related to security, the emergency response, all of the functions dealing with security program in the department. And then, as I said, about a year and a half ago, I was promoted to Director of Operations, which incorporated the Security Operations Bureau Chief reporting to me, as well as Bureau Chiefs in facilities and maintenance, classification, institutional support, and population management, and admissions and release. And then
Let's say again, what was the last name? Admissions, release?
Admissions and release.
Okay.
And then currently I'm over all 48 major institutions through 3 regional directors who report to me through a Deputy Assistant Secretary who works for me as well.
Thank you. When you first came to the Florida Department of Corrections, did the department provide religious diets for the inmate population?
Yes, the vegan diet was provided, as well as a alternate entree, non-meat type of diet were provided at that time, as I recall.
This is 1996?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the alternate entree also pork-free?
Yes, at the time, yes.
Are these religious diets still provided?
Yes.
What is the earliest point in time that you can remember?
Excuse me, Ms. Mayor, what do you mean by religious diet?
These are the part of their religious diet program that has been provided for approximately...
Maybe we need to get the witness to tell us that.
All right. What is your understanding of the religious diets that were being offered by the Department of Corrections when you came to work for them?
Well, I'm not as thoroughly versed as some might be in the specific characteristics or requirements for various religions, but my understanding is that some religions prohibit the intake of pork products, and Some require certain fresh fruits and vegetables. There's a variety of different requirements, and at the time that I arrived here, the two options that I just described were the two that were in place to meet the needs of the inmates who requested to participate, or they were really relatively freely available to inmates who chose to partake of them.
Do you know how long those had been in place when you came to the department in 1996?
No, I don't.
So, did the estate that you came from have something similar?
Yes.
And was that Arizona?
And when I left Arizona, as I recall, we had a vegetarian or vegan type diet. We had a
Excuse me, vegan. What do you understand as a vegan diet, and what do you understand as a vegetarian diet?
The vegan is I think vegan allows for some milk and cheese type products, and along with a vegetarian fare. And then I believe the vegetarian diet only allows for vegetarian type food products. And again, I'm not an expert on that, but I believe that's accurate.
Okay. And when you came in 96
from Arizona,
there was a vegan diet or a vegetarian diet and an alternative diet.
There was, as I recall, I know there was a vegetarian diet in response to a population of Sikhs that we had, and I believe they required a vegetarian diet, if I'm not mistaken, remembering that's 18 years ago. And then I know that the entire system was pork-free. There was no pork or pork products in any of the food or meals that were served to the inmates.
This was in 96?
96, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what do you mean by an alternative diet? Or was that the vegetarian diet?
No, the vegetarian diet, I believe there's a distinction that's made. The vegetarian does not include milk and cheese and animal byproducts type of stuff, where a vegan diet would allow for the milk and the cheese, but the alternate entree diet substitutes either some peanut butter or some other form of protein for the meat product. Now, again, I don't want to give you the impression that I am a diet expert, but that's the best I understand about it.
Your Honor, I'm sure we'll have a witness that can answer that better for you.
Thank you.
I eat anything that doesn't eat me, so I'm not.
Was it your understanding that that was pretty common across the country, these two diets?
Yes.
What's the earliest point in time that you can remember that the Florida Department of Corrections began discussions about providing kosher meals as part of its religious diet program?
That would have been prior to the initiation of the JDA in 2003, 2004.
Okay, and what does JDA stand for?
Jewish Dietary Accommodation.
Okay. Did you participate in the development of the JDA program?
As a security chief, I had a limited contribution in taking a look at the how we would section off the kitchens to provide for the secure area, to provide separate the food products from the general service lines and so forth. And we had to take a look at all the institutions where the kitchens were large enough, physical plant and so forth, and also the security considerations for how those kitchens were configured and how we could provide supervision. But my participation was relatively limited.
How many institutions participated in the JDA program?
We designated 13 institutions, 7 of which actually had sections in their kitchens that were secured separately from the remainder of the kitchen. and 6 of those where we transported the food with vehicles that we provided from those kitchens to alternative, the other 6, so they could provide the meals.
So if an inmate wanted to participate in the JDA, would he have to be transferred to one of those designated institutions?
Yes.
Do you know how long the JDA program operated?
My recollection is about 3 years.
Did the secretary form a study group to review the operations of the JDA program?
Yes, in 2007.
Okay. And were you on that study group?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who else was invited to participate on that study group?
I don't recall the exact names. I think there were approximately 10 to 11 people on the list, on the group, in the group. There were representatives from the Jewish faith, the Muslims, Seventh-day Adventist, classification representatives from our department, grievance representatives. I believe there was a deputy assistant secretary on the group, and there were others, but I can't remember exactly who all of them were.
Food services participated?
Food service was there as well, yes, and a dietitian.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness defendant's exhibit number 6. The government has agreed to enter into evidence.
Okay. Exhibit 6 is admitted. No objection.
Okay. And may I approach the witness and let him?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
I believe this is the final report with the findings and recommendations. Is that what this exhibit is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
This was just so that I make sure that I'm working with the same set of documents. Is this the government's exhibit number 2?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is the purpose of the study group reflected in this document, Mr. Upchurch?
Yes, it is. It's on page 1 in the introduction.
And was one of the purposes of to analyze the requirements of the religious dietary laws of major faith groups and the inmate population?
Yes.
Was the study group also to review what the federal system and other state systems were doing with regard to religious meal accommodations?
Yes.
Was the study group also to determine what an increasing number of participants to the JDAP would have and how the department might address the impact of that increase in the future?
Yes.
Okay. Was the study group also tasked with reviewing a variety of operational issues such as food purchase and preparation, physical plant requirements, security and classification issues, administrative matters, utilization and participation, as well as cost?
Yes.
Does the report show how many times the group met?
Yes, met 3 times over
Okay.
a 90-day period.
And during what time of the 2007? When was that? When were the meetings?
They were on,
They're listed on pages 3.
yes,
Okay.
May 17th, 2007, June 27th, 2007, and April 26th, 2007.
In between those meetings, was data collected, distributed, and then discussed at the meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the report also contain findings and recommendations of the study group to the secretary?
It does.
Okay. I'd like you to look at page 10 of the report. It's also maybe designated as page 14 of 52 in the exhibit at the top.
I'm sorry, can you say your question again, Ms. Mayor?
I want him to look at page 10 of the report, which is also designated as page 14 of 52 at the top of the document. I want to make sure that he's on the correct page.
Yes, the beginning of the paragraph is inmate participation statistics.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there statistics reflected there that the study group gathered and considered?
Yes.
Ms. Mayor, excuse me. I am using, because the government's exhibit number 2 rather than the actual exhibit that you're using.
Yes, ma'am.
Just make sure that I'm with you on page 10.
You should be. Page 10.
Okay.
Does it at the top say inmate participation statistics?
Okay, yes, it does.
Did the study group collect data on how many inmates who were active participants in the JDA were actually eating the food prepared for them on any given day?
Yes.
If you look at the report, on April 9, 2007, how many inmates were approved for participation in the program?
There were 259 inmates participating in the program.
Okay. And how many actually ate the food that day?
196.
So according to the report, that was approximately 24% that failed to eat
Yes.
the meals that day.
Yes.
On July 23, 2007, how many inmates were approved for participation in the program?
232.
And how many actually ate the meals that day?
177.
And again, the report reflects approximately 24% participation rate. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. And so all of that food that wasn't eaten went to waste, both occasions.
Yes.
Did the study group attain an average participation rate for the 4-month time period that it was tasked? Okay, sure. Did the study group obtain an average participation rate for the 4-month time period it was tasked to complete its study?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that average participation rate?
21%.
How many total inmates participated in the JDAP since its inception in 2004?
According to the report, 784.
And how many of those voluntarily withdrew?
500.
Did any of those who withdrew change their religious affiliation to something other than Jewish after withdrawing?
Yes, 90 of them did.
Why is the fact that 90 changed their religious affiliations after dropping out of the program of significance?
Well, I think the change in religious preference, as well as the fact that that many dropped out, speaks to the level of sincerity and commitment they actually had to being Jewish in terms of receiving this diet.
Then why would they participate in the program?
Well, because there were several reasons. One of which was we discovered that a number of inmates were using the program, particularly gang members, to be able to move to institutions where they could get together, where they could group up. One of the advantages of having a large number of institutions we have is we're able to separate and segregate different groups of inmates who cause problems. And in this case, because we were limited to the 13 of our basically 48 major institutions, then it gave them an opportunity, if they declared that they wanted this diet and changed their religious preference, then it gave them, they knew they had to go to one of these different places. And so it gave them a chance to move. The other reason is, the reasons why inmates move around in institutions generally is they'll build up a debt, they'll owe people money on the institution, and they'll want to move to another place to get away from, or get out of paying their debt. They may have not like a particular dormitory where they're living, or an institution, the way it's being operated, and they'll use it as a means to get transferred to another location. They may think that especially if the institution is located in where the diet is offered is one that's closer to their home, they may use it to get to move to an area closer to their home. A number of them, at least initially, and maybe down after it was in place, probably believed that, or may have believed that they could get more better tasting or better quality food if they participate in the diet program. So there's a number of different manipulative reasons why they would do it that are different from being sincere adherents to the faith that they profess to get the diet.
If you found that 21% did not eat the specially prepared meals in April, May, June, and July of 2007, the converse of that is that 76% were sincere and faithfully following. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that we could say that indicated they were sincere and faithfully following. It does say that they were taking their meals on a regular basis and they were eating the food. I'm not sure we could say that was clear evidence that they were sincere and faithfully following. You see what I'm saying? And there is correlation, but I'm not sure it serves for causation, shows causation. Does that make sense?
But you were concluding that if the 21% did not eat that was evidence that it was insincerity.
Aside from being able to individually evaluate each person who refused, I can't say that any more than I could say that all of them that went who did partake were therefore sincerely adhering to their faith. But what I can say is that the fact that on a regular basis having this many refuse to eat and take the meal would indicate that they were not possibly, at least a large percentage of them were not sincerely adhering to their commitment to that diet. That makes sense? I hope so.
And isn't it true that all of that food went to waste, so it's a cost factor as well?
Absolutely.
You mentioned that gang members use the JDAP as a mechanism to gain transfers into the same institution where they could congregate. Did the study group gather data on that activity?
Yes, they actually determined that we had an increase in those institutions of people who were participating in the dietary program. 6% of those affiliated with some gang following their transfer and participation.
And how did you determine that, Mr. Upchurch?
We have a tracking mechanism for what we call security threat groups, which are gangs. And we have security threat group coordinators at each institution. All inmates, whenever they move, we evaluate them for new tattoos. We search their property for correspondence, any kind of indication, graffiti, any kind of material that would indicate their participation in gang or STG activities, and that's how we determine it. And when we track that, we actually have a site on our internal web page where we keep up with all the gang members, who they're affiliated with, how many gangs there are, whether they're active or inactive, whether they're a full-fledged member or there's a lot of different areas because of the threat they pose. We track them very tightly.
It's possible when in custody to get a tattoo?
Absolutely. They make tattoo ink out of some of the most amazing things. You'd be amazed.
I must admit that given my almost 15 years on the bench, it never ceases to amaze me what the inmate population can do.
Probably one of the most remarkable ones to me is what they call smudging. They'll take and start a fire with some sort of an oil-based product, use the bottom of a kitchen pan, and get the smudge that comes off. It's called the black stuff. And then they'll mix it in with some water and stuff, and that's what they tattoo with. That's just an example of one of the tattoo items they do.
Were there other security issues besides those created by the transfers that were presented to the JDAP? Presented by the JDAP? For example, was the exchange of contraband the problem?
It was, and among those issues that were reported by the institutions who actually were implementing this the program was the inmates were bartering or trading their food products that they got as part of the JDA with the inmates for canteen items and for other things, and any of this bartering and stuff has dangerous implications in an institution. We also had it creates a difficulty when you have to keep these food preparation areas separate from the main kitchen area. And when we initiated this, we only had one security staff person there to supervise the operation of a kitchen. And an institutional kitchen feeding thousands of meals a day is a very fast-paced, complicated, many different areas to supervise, and this added an additional area for supervision. So the issue of theft of the product was also a concern. So there were, and then as is evidenced by the report, probably half of the inmates that were in the program at the time it was put on hold by Secretary McDonough were in close management status.
What is close management status? Can you explain that to the court, please?
That's segregation status for inmates who, it's sort of like, well, the inmates get disciplinary reports for misbehavior, various types of misconduct. As a result of that, they can get confinement time, which is relatively short-term confinement in a cell by themselves or with another inmate, where their privileges are restricted. After they get several of these and become very disruptive, and even if they just get one, but it's one that involves a threat to safety of staff or other inmates, or a murder or a serious assault or escape, then they can be put into what we call close management status. And that's a restricted security status that houses approximately, of our 100,000 inmates, there are about 3% of our inmate population that fall into that status. So they are our most difficult and recalcitrant, most difficult to manage inmate population.
Are they also more dangerous?
Yes, absolutely. Some of them, are in there. There's some who are in there just because they're so disruptive, they're not necessarily dangerous. But all of the ones that are repetitively dangerous are in close management status.
And was that the primary reason that Secretary McDonough decided to end the program? Or do you know his thinking?
I don't know. I don't know exactly why he decided to do it. There were a number of issues raised in this report, and this is conjecture that would surely give rise to concerns that would cause him to consider whether this was something he wanted to continue to do or not.
How were the meal trays delivered to confinement, such as close management confinement?
Well, they're delivered to the cell. And there were reports that in the close management that they did discover contraband being passed in these special JDA-type trays to the inmates that were in CM. Generally, you don't get a lot of contraband coming out going into the CM unit with the regular meal trays, because the inmates who are putting the contraband in don't know who will get it, and they're pretty selective with who gets the contraband. But if you've got a relatively few or a small number of the 3,000 who are getting a special diet, and they're located in different wings and sections, then you can have a better idea when the trays go out in the carts of who's going to get them. So that it makes the incentive and the potential to put contraband in the trays and pass it to a specific inmate, or at least to a subset of 2 or 3 inmates, a higher possibility. And that's what was experienced according to reports from the institutions.
Do inmates also get jealous if another inmate or group of inmates are getting what they perceive as preferential treatment?
they are very, very jealous. And one of the things that we do in Florida is we have the inmates wear uniforms. We're very restrictive on the value of certain items they have, and in terms of like the value of tennis shoes, of jewelry, of clothing, because inmates who stand out and who are different are either they can gain higher status than other inmates and gain some leadership positions that can cause problems, or they can become targets or victims. But regardless, inmates in general are not prone to try to understand why somebody's getting something they're not. They're just prone to say, well, why is he getting it and I can't? And to try to figure a way to get the same sort of privilege or exception.
And special meals might be among those things.
Yes.
Did the study group make recommendations to the Secretary at the conclusion of its review?
Yes.
Does the report reflect those recommendations?
Yes.
What was the first recommendation? And could you, is it
It's
at
on
page 2?
page 2 of mine, or page 6 of 52, one of those two. It says recommendations is the title.
What's the first recommendation?
Eliminate all pork and pork products from the Department of Corrections food service menus.
Okay. Did the department implement that recommendation?
Yes.
And how did it do
Mr. Churchill?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought you said when you came in 1996, there was no pork served
In Arizona.
Oh, in Arizona, but that was not the fact here in
Not
Florida?
the case in Florida.
Okay.
They had an alternate entree that did not have pork as part of a diet, but there were pork products in the general menu.
Okay. Thank you for clearing
Yes,
that
ma'am.
up.
Did the study group recommend that the Secretary continue the JDA program in its original form?
No.
What did the study group actually recommend be changed?
If I can, can I read from what it says, or you want me to just summarize my?
Whichever you prefer.
If you look at the second recommendation, is retain a kosher dietary program, but limit the participation to those inmates who have been expertly appraised or vetted by a rabbi as eligible to participate. The third one, which ties closely to that one, is to eliminate the JDA program kitchens currently used if vetting of the inmates who claim to be Jewish, as recommended above, significantly reduces the officially recognized Jewish inmate population, replacing the kosher meals prepared in the JDA kitchen with purchased prepackaged meals. That recommendation came from an assessment by the rabbi. I've forgotten his name, but I believe it was Romberg, who, as I recall from the meetings, was of the belief that if the vetting occurred, that the number of inmates who were, as we've discussed earlier, who were abusing the program or manipulating to get into the program and would be reduced, and that the number of actual inmates who would qualify with expert vetting would be much smaller. And that based upon that, then we would provide, without using the JDA kitchens and the problems associated with having those locations, we could purchase prepackaged meals and provide the program to those who were sincerely interested in participating.
And were those two recommendations implemented by the department?
After some time in 2010, we implemented a pilot program at South Florida Reception Center involving a relatively small number of vetted Jewish inmates to participate in the program.
And where exactly is the South Florida Reception Center? It's here in South Dade?
Yes, ma'am. It's very, I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure how to tell you exactly to get there.
Is it close to the Everglades Correctional? Or is it
Yeah,
farther south?
I think it's further south than that.
Okay.
It's not very far from the airport, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember.
So it's farther north than the federal corrections, which is in real South Dade now, near the zoo.
I think so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know there's a quarry there, and they're always blasting. It shakes everything. Quarry, yes. That's my southern accent. I'm sorry.
Is the South Florida Reception Center near the county jail? A county facility?
I think it is, but I can't remember. I know Everglades is very close to the INS facility, but I can't remember exactly where South Florida is relative. When I come down here, I put it on GPS, and
I think we all tend to do that now.
yes.
Was the purpose of starting this pilot project to try and determine if the study group's alternative recommendation was actually a workable solution to the problems that were experienced with the JDA?
I'm sorry.
What was the purpose?
What
I
was
think
the
the way
purpose of the
your
pilot?
question should be phrased.
Okay. What was the purpose of the pilot program? Was it to study the recommendations?
It was to study an alternative that was represented by this.
Okay.
And now, I didn't specifically start that pilot. That was started by the agency, but I was not in the position to start it at that time. But I would suspect, considering the relationship here, that that's why it was done.
Do you know who started it?
I don't know, other than that sort of an undertaking would certainly be a policy decision that would have been approved through the Secretary of Executive Leadership.
And who was the secretary in 2010?
Secretary McNeil, I believe. Is that accurate? We've had quite a few. I'm not positive.
Do you remember, didn't he precede Secretary Buss?
Yes.
And do you remember when Secretary Buss came on board?
Buss was here, he came on in 2012. No, 2011, didn't he? Yeah, I'm sure it was McNeil then. It would have had to have been. Yes, it was McNeil.
Now, since the establishment of the South Florida Reception Center, has the department considered expanding that program elsewhere?
Yes.
And has it in fact done that?
Yes, we are actively involved in expanding it as we speak.
And in general terms, what is the department's plan to offer kosher meals to the inmate population?
Well, we've already started interviewing and gauging interest by the inmate population at Union Correctional Institution, which is the facility that we chose to start as a pilot for the new certified food option program, which is in our new procedure. And we chose Union because it's a very diverse type population. It has death row, it has close management, it has inpatient mental health, it has general population. It has a variety of different types of housing areas and populations, which will give us a good read on what kind of problems we may encounter in implementing the CFO statewide, which will follow. We actually plan to start providing the food in July 1st at UCI, and then expanding by no later than, at the latest, very latest, the first of this year, first of next year, but hopefully our target sometime in September, October.
And what's the size of the inmate population at Union?
Over 2,000.
It's up in the center part near Gainesville, Baker County?
Yes, ma'am, I do know where that is. That's in, it's in Stark. It's outside of Stark, across the little thing from the Florida State Prison.
Stark is the death row, correct?
UCI actually has the primary, about 300 death row inmates in a death row unit inside of UCI, Union Correctional. FSP has one wing that has death row inmates on it, and Florida State Prison FSP is also the location of the lethal injection chamber where the executions are carried out.
I probably should make full disclosure. I have been to Stark, but it was back in the late 80s, early 90s.
It has not changed much.
Okay.
Yeah, you said that the program is going to be statewide. Approximately how many institutions?
Well, as I said, we have 48 what we call major institutions, but there'll actually be, a lot of those have annexes associated with them, which are about the same size as the main prison. So it'd be about 60 facilities.
Mr. Upchurch, has the department's current plan for the kosher diet program eliminated the security concerns that were identified and somewhat prevalent during the JDA program?
Can you articulate which particular security concerns you're
well, for example, what about transfers?
Well, the fact that we are going to be offering the program in 60 locations as opposed to 13, which the 60 is predominantly all of our major prisons, takes out or mitigates the initiative or the reason for an inmate to want to try to manipulate a transfer, or the possibility, because he can get the diet where he is. So it takes a lot of the gang issues, the manipulation, the logistics of transfers and all that out of the issue. Also, the fact that we're using shelf-stable, double-wrapped, prepackaged type of meals mitigates that are not open until they're served, mitigates the contraband issue going into the confinement, close management institutions. So it does mitigate at least those two areas significantly, I would think.
How does it eliminate the contraband issue to have the shelf-stable double wrap?
Well, because it would be very easy for the officer to see when they're serving the meal that it's been tampered with.
Okay.
Could there be other security problems that you're not aware of right now?
When you run a prison, there are security problems with everything you do. And that's why we're wanting to do the pilot at UCI at Union, to try to ferret out as many of those as they develop as we can, and take steps to address them. I'm certain there will be some, but we don't see any that are insurmountable at this point. But we'll have to wait and see.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Why was the fourth recommendation, if an inmate misses 10% of the meals, that he would be removed from the program? Why was that recommendation made? Two reasons.
One would be the cost involved with once those special meals are prepared, you have to throw them away if they don't eat them, and it has a cost factor associated with it. And the second is if they miss it miss those meals, as we said earlier, it's an indication, at least of questionable sincerity. The way that we have applied this in our new procedure that we're using now it's not a permanent removal. There are various periods of suspension based on failure to adhere to these requirements, one of which would be missing percentage of the meals, and the other would be, for example, eating non-kosher type items out of the canteen. Ultimately, if you do it repeatedly, then you could end up being suspended for, I believe the procedure calls for up to a year, and then you'd have to reapply. So there has to be some reasonable accountability to control the logistics and the cost, et cetera, of providing this program, and these we believe are reasonable.
And how did you pick the 10%?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know that there was necessarily a study group that sat down and could analytically come up with 10%, but missing 10% of those meals represents that, or equates to that cost factor. And I guess I hesitate to say it's arbitrary, but I don't think it's based on any analytical formula.
Cross-examination? Oh, okay. Mr. Songer, let's take a 15-minute recess for Mr. Ehrlich and everyone else to have a break,
Certainly, Your Honor.
including the witness. And I would just simply ask the witness to remember that during your break, if you would please refrain from talking to anyone about your testimony or letting anyone talk to you about your testimony or being around anyone chatting about your testimony with the intent to have you overhear what you should be doing on the witness stand.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Is there water in that pitcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. We'll be back here at quarter of, Mr. Ehrlich. The witness is present. All counsel are present. Please have a seat, Mr. Upchurch, and cross-examination. Any cross-examination of this witness? By Mr. Songer. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Upchurch.
Morning.
You are familiar with Florida's new religious dietary plan that would offer prepackaged, double-wrapped kosher meals in 60 facilities, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that the Department of Corrections has now determined that it can provide a statewide kosher diet program consistent with its...
You're going to have to slow down.
I'm sorry, these D.C. people always speak too fast.
But the bottom line is, if you don't make the record right, all of this is wasted.
Absolutely.
So have a conversation with your witness and save my court reporter.
I'll do my best. Right. Right. So, Mr. Upchurch, it's fair to say that the Department of Corrections has now determined that it can provide a statewide kosher diet plan consistent with its interests, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Upchurch, you also testified to several problems that existed in the prior JDA program. And I believe you testified that at least some of those no longer applied to the new program. I would just like to quickly walk through a few of those with you to make sure that the record is clear. First, I believe you testified that the new program, by providing meals in every facility that are double-wrapped, eliminates the concern about contraband. Is that right?
It certainly mitigates it. I'm not going to say it eliminates it, but it certainly decreases the possibility that that will occur.
Sure. I understand that all prison operations have some risk.
Right. I'm just hesitant to categorically say it won't happen, but I'd say it definitely reduces the possibility dramatically.
It reduces it to a risk level that's acceptable to have the program.
Yes.
Okay. And the same for the threat of gangs consolidating in certain institutions through the transfer process. Has that concern also been reduced to an acceptable level?
Yes.
And the concern related to the security and providing the security and cost and transferring prisoners from one institution to another, has that concern also been reduced to a manageable level?
As it relates to the obtaining their diet, yes, it has.
And the concern relating to maintaining separate kosher kitchens, has that also been reduced to an acceptable level?
What do you mean by concern?
Sure. The question was unclear, but I believe it testified that under the prior JDA program required the construction of separate kosher kitchens at certain facilities. Is that right?
Yes.
And the new program will not use separate kitchens. It will provide prepackaged meals at all facilities, right?
Yes, there'll be hopefully small serving areas or preparation areas to prepare the food for service, which will be much less expensive, costly, and problematic than creating the kitchens that we did in the JDA.
Right. So all I'm asking is that there's no longer a concern about the cost and security associated with maintaining those separate kitchens.
Not as we don't anticipate any, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Upchurch, do you still have a copy of the study group on religious dietary exercise? It's the United States Exhibit 2, and I believe the Defendant's Exhibit 10.
Yes.
Could you please look at page 2, the recommendations page?
For the record, it's Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
Okay.
The second bullet states that recommends to retain a kosher diet program with participation limited to those inmates who have been expertly appraised or vetted by a rabbi as eligible to participate, right?
Yes.
Okay. And will you please turn to page 27?
Okay.
The last 4 lines of on that page state, it is improbable that the department can satisfy a court's inquiry into whether the department is furthering a compelling interest, let alone that denying inmates religious accommodation is the least restrictive means available. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And you were a member of the study group, correct?
Yes.
So you signed off on this language?
This the
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking to express an opinion about
No,
what is it?
the question was, did you sign off on this language? He either did or he didn't, and he can explain.
Actually, all of this, the report is divided into sections, and this section the part that you have specified here was a part that was done by, I believe, I'm trying to remember what her name was. It was a legal analysis that was done by a member of C.J. Weinman, who was a member of our legal services general counsel's office. I did sign off on, agree to the report. However, I'm certainly not an attorney, and I'm not sure that I would be qualified to assess applicability of certain statutes and legal concepts. So I can't say that I that attest to the fact that any of this is accurate or not, because as I say, I'm not an attorney and I don't know.
Sure. Is there anything in the report that indicates that any of the analysis was not fully endorsed by the study group as a whole?
No.
Did the Department of Corrections provide a kosher diet to any prisoners after September of 2007 into 2008 or 2009?
No.
So these recommendations were not followed, correct?
Not immediately, no.
Right. You also testified regarding the pilot program on kosher diets that started in 2010, correct?
Yes.
Now, that program was put in place at a single facility, the South Florida Reception Center.
Yes.
And that program never accommodated more than 18 prisoners at a time, is that right?
That's true.
And what were the requirements for a prisoner who wanted to join the program? What was the process of getting admitted to it?
They had to be, as classification was primarily responsible for approving them based on a vetting process, I believe, that involved a rabbi to vet their appropriateness for inclusion in the program.
Did applicants to the program also have to have a minimum security classification?
I don't know. The facility where the program was located, the South Unit of South Florida Reception Center, is a close, medium, minimum facility that can house any of those custody levels. So I'm not sure that a minimum custody was a requirement, but I don't know. No.
In October 2010, did the Department of Corrections agree to expand the pilot program to additional facilities?
I don't know that either.
Your Honor, I would like to show the the witness.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting that.
Downgrade your status. I apologize. The United States Exhibit 20.
Okay. Is there any objections to its admission at this time? Hearing no objection?
No, Your Honor.
Government's Exhibit 20 is admitted.
Thank you. This is a memorandum that was provided by the defendants during the United States investigation. Does the first bullet say that DOC agrees to expand the pilot program?
Yes, it does. It says rabbis request to continue. Well, the issue, it says that the rabbis request to continue the religious dietary program at South Union and expand the pilot to a second location. In the action items, it says DOC agreed to continue the South Unit pilot. And it says we...
Thank you. And what is the date on that memo?
October the 19th, 2010.
I'm sorry, I'm just now turned to the exhibit. Can you tell me exactly where you were pointing him to on that exhibit?
So the first bullet on the exhibit that says DOC agreed to continue or to expand.
Thank you.
Sure. And I'm sorry, Mr. Upchurch, you said the date was, I didn't catch it.
October the 19th, 2010.
Did the Department of Corrections ever follow through and expand the pilot program to any additional facility?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Upchurch, I believe you also testified that one of the problems with providing a special religious diet to certain prisoners is that it will create resentment and jealousy and possibly lead to retaliation against prisoners who receive the diet. Is that a fair characterization?
It can.
The Florida Department of Corrections offers a variety of medical and therapeutic diets, is that correct?
Yes.
And those are different from the diets that are received by prisoners in the mainline food service?
Yes.
Some of those diets include, for example, a 4,000 calorie diet, right?
I'm not sure about that, but I think so, yes.
And the department has offered these diets since at least 2000, is that right?
I don't know. I'm sure we've offered medically required dietary accommodations for a long time. I don't know how long exactly.
And are those available at every facility in the Department of Corrections?
I'm not sure. I don't. We have taken steps over the years to move inmates with particular medical issues to certain locations so as not to have to replicate the expense associated with the medical care. And we may have moved certain dietary accommodations to certain institutions. I just don't know. I'm not, don't have much to do with the medical dietary issues.
Sure. But the Department of Corrections has been able to successfully manage any issues related to providing these special diets to certain prisoners for at least a number of years, right?
Yes, we manage them, yes, sir.
Are you aware that the Federal Bureau of Prisons provides a kosher diet to their prisoners?
Yes.
Are you aware of any characteristics of Florida prisoners that would make them more likely to be jealous or retaliate against prisoners who receive a kosher diet compared to federal prisoners?
That's a difficult question. A lot of the prison systems across the country are very different in the way they're managed and operated. The federal system allows significantly more privileges to inmates than the Florida Department of Corrections does. A likely outcome of that is when people get those privileges and they're already receiving a number of privileges, then they're less likely to be concerned about others in their population receiving additional privileges. So it's very difficult to make that comparison considering the inconsistencies in the way that these systems are operated.
But are you aware of any specific reason that Florida prisoners would be more likely to retaliate against prisoners who receive a kosher diet than federal prisoners are?
None other than what I just said.
So you're not aware of any?
None other than what I just said.
Regarding the medical and therapeutic diets that are offered by the Department of Corrections, is it correct that if a prisoner misses 10% of his or her medical and therapeutic meals, the prisoner is removed from the medical and therapeutic meal program?
I believe I'm not positive because again I'm not. We have medical administrators, health services administrators, doctors, nurses, and all kind of people that deal with the delivery of medical services. I do believe there is inmates who don't who consistently don't take the diet that they've been prescribed or lose that diet. The specifics of how that works and what the percentages are, I'm not sure of.
So a prisoner who, for some amount of time, fails to take enough of his prescribed diet can be removed from that diet program?
I believe he can. But again, I'm not the medical administrator, but I think so.
But you don't know. You don't have personal knowledge, is what you're telling us?
No, I don't. My recollection is that there are provisions if they are prescribed a certain diet and they fail to participate and they're counseled about it and the issues associated with the impact on their medical well-being, I believe there is a provision that diet can be withdrawn. But now, again, there are people in the department who can answer that question very specifically. I'm just, and factually, and I'm not that person.
Okay, but you understand that before they're removed, there is a counseling session with the...
My recollection is yes. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Upchurch, do you know the rate at which all prisoners at the Department of Corrections in the mainline diet service from April to July of 2007 did not show up and eat their meals?
During that time period, no.
Okay, you testified earlier that 21% during that exact time period of the prisoners in the JDA program did not show up to eat their meals. So you have no basis to know whether that percentage is more or less or the same as the general prison population, right?
No, I don't.
Are you familiar with the sincerity testing process that will be in place for the new religious diet program that will be implemented, I thought in September, but I think you testified earlier, maybe in the beginning of 2014?
I've read the procedure 2 or 3 times. I'm fairly familiar with the process, yes.
So you understand that there's a process where a prisoner must submit an application, be interviewed by a chaplain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you understand that after a prisoner is admitted into the program, participation is monitored, and that prisoners who do not are found to not participate consistently can be removed from the program?
Yes.
Do you think that those type of provisions make the program create any problems that make the program difficult to manage?
I think it has some resource implications, the monitoring process itself, but that has to be weighed against the cost of abuse, of people who are manipulating and misusing the program. So I guess there's a balancing act. There are implications to both.
The bottom line, do you think that type of sincerity testing is a good idea?
Yes.
And when you say type, you mean the type that's outlined in the proposed?
The type that's outlined in the proposed policy.
Okay.
Thank you. Did you submit a declaration in the case, in the Rich litigation in 2011 in the Northern District of Florida?
I've submitted a lot of declarations. I may have, and I don't recall exactly, but I may have and probably did.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to show the witness a copy of his affidavit.
Okay, if you just show the opposing counsel.
So I'm happy to show it to opposing counsel as well. Show it to
Ms. Mayer, were you counsel for the Department of Corrections in the Rich case?
No, Your Honor, I was not at the trial level.
Okay, was Mr. Vail?
Only at the appellate level, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir,
Only before the Court of Appeals.
Thank you.
I just did the oral argument.
Somehow, Mr. Vail, I had you back here on another case. I can't remember. Was it?
A long time ago, Judge. It was a Medicaid case back about 11, 12 years ago, I think.
Were you also involved in a voting rights case?
No, Your
Okay,
Honor.
that was somebody else. We now have 100,000, almost 100,000 lawyers in Florida, right?
It's not surprising you don't remember us.
Mr. Upchurch,
You want to mark it? I believe it's docket entry 38-1 and case number 10-CV-00158 MP-GRJ.
thank you. Mr. Upchurch, isn't it true that you wrote in that affidavit that the discord and unrest that would arise within the inmate population would be significant should the department attempt to determine religious entitlement to any...
Slow down, Mr. Song.
Should the department attempt to determine religious entitlement to any special preferred menu and subsequently monitor and enforce any criteria related to such a determination?
Yes.
And you submitted that under oath 18 months ago, right?
I submitted it on the 12th day of July 2011.
Nearly 2 years ago.
Okay, and just for the record, which paragraph were you citing?
I'm sorry, I do not have that in front of me. I'd be happy to look it up if I could take the document back.
Maybe Mr. Upchurch could point to which paragraph was he reading from when he asked the question?
Number 6.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Upchurch, my question is, when did you change your mind that that's no longer true?
I haven't changed my mind. I still believe that inmates, if it occurs that the meals that we provide are determined by the rest of the remainder of the inmate population who are not participants to be better than what in taste or quantity or whatever to what they receive, there will be some animosity held by those non-participants about not receiving the same quality of food that these or preferential treatment that these other inmates are receiving who are participating. And I still believe that to be the case.
Right, but your affidavit states that if the department subsequently monitors and enforces any criteria related to such a determination about eligibility for a special diet, that monitoring process would be unworkable. So do you still agree with that?
Where's that?
It's at the end of that sentence.
I don't see that.
I'm sorry, I don't see it either.
Why don't you take the exhibit back and find, and then be so kind as to read it slowly for Mr. Ehrlich.
Okay, is it on page 3? At the beginning of paragraph 8. States that the discord and unrest that would arise within the inmate population would be significant should the department attempt to determine religious entitlement to any special preferred menu and subsequently monitor and enforce any criteria related to such a determination. Just asking, do you still agree with that statement?
Yes.
And on what do you base that?
My point is that there are frequent occasions in institutions where staff are required to supervise and, as a part of that supervision, not allow inmates to do certain things. Many times, those times when they tell them no, when they have to not allow them to do things that they want to do, or to exercise control to maintain certain systems in place, that anytime that they do that, that there's the potential for confrontation, which could rise to the level of a physical confrontation. My point is that by adding these systems, which by what we're doing here, there is the potential that those supervisory actions to control and manage these dietary offerings could result, and will likely result from time to time, in confrontation and possible physical confrontation. The point is here that there's a policy decision that's been made that we will provide this diet, and that we will, as I said earlier, we will take the steps necessary to make it work, and we will account for the issues that are likely to arise and deal with them as they occur.
I understand that, Mr. Upchurch, but you would agree that the new policy that will go into effect later this year involves criteria that are used to evaluate requests to get into the program, right?
Yes, the criteria are relatively open, as my reading indicates. The monitoring occurs more in the instance of how frequently they partake of the meals and how frequently they eat food products or possess food products that don't fall within the guidelines.
Sure, but you agree that those criteria do exist, right, in the new program?
Criteria, which ones? The ones after they get in that monitor their participation, or the questions that are asked prior to their being allowed to participate? Is that what you're talking about?
Right, both. I'm just asking that,
yes,
that those are criteria.
Yes, they are. There are criteria, yes.
I'm sorry, I think we're talking over each other for the court reporter. I just want to confirm that you
I'm
agree.
sorry.
I tell you, both of you,
I'm sorry.
I do authorize my court reporter to stand up and make a scene.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And you don't want that.
I do not.
Me either.
We'll try this again very slowly for the
Thank
court
you.
reporter.
And just remember, he has to make sure he hears what you say, type it up correctly, put it in the proper grammatical. Well, he doesn't change the grammar. He puts down what you say, but he has to punctuate it.
Absolutely. I just want to confirm that you agree that there are criteria that are used both for evaluating requests to get into the new diet program and for evaluating sincerity after prisoners, to monitoring after prisoners are in the program. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you agree that in your affidavit in the Rich case, you stated that any criteria related to monitoring and enforcing any criteria related to such a determination would create security problems, right?
Has the potential to do that, sure does.
So it's merely the potential.
Well,
I mean, anything can happen. The question is it probable?
it's probable that if it becomes necessary on a frequent basis, that staff, just as with anything else they do in supervising the inmate population, when they have to make decisions and confront inmates in a way that is in disagreement with what the inmate wants or thinks is appropriate, then there's always in a prison environment the possibility of confrontation, including physical confrontation. And we see it every day. So yes, it is. It's more than a potential. It's in applied over a large number of inmates. It's a certainty that there will be occasions where it will lead to confrontation and include up to physical confrontation.
Okay, I think you're talking more now about general problems that arise in providing a special kosher diet. And you agreed earlier that the Department of Corrections has decided it can provide a kosher diet statewide in a way that can manage all of those interests, right?
We have, as I said earlier, we have a policy decision has been made that we will provide this diet, and we will address whatever means we need to those issues that arise and in association with that.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Upchurch, do I have the sense that in implementing the policy, it is from a perspective that it will be abused? That's the first. I'm not expressing it very well. The sense that I have is that the presumption is that anyone seeking to participate, more likely than not, is using it for a purpose other than a sincere religious practice.
I don't think the presumption is that anyone or all of the people who might choose to participate would be using it inappropriately. But in a prison environment, the sick call, for example, is abused. Inmates who make statements that they, just giving you examples of wanting, who don't want to sleep on a top bunk, come up with ailments that are difficult to diagnose and claim that they have to have a bottom bunk. There are people inmates who claim, we have inmates who utilize or learn the characteristics of certain mental illness, and when interviewed, can give you those symptomologies, the symptoms of what is expected of them if they have these kind of problems. It is an environment where inmates do frequently try to take advantage of whatever is offered to them to improve their situation in the prison. It's reality, and it's very difficult from time to time. It's like our inmate grievance process and the other systems that we have in place. There are a number of inmates who abuse and manipulate those systems and abuse and manipulate the things that we try to provide, that we should provide and we do provide. But we have to face the reality and deal with those who would take advantage of it for several reasons, one of which is if we don't, then they can overrun our resources and end up limiting what we can provide to those who genuinely deserve it and are interested and sincere about wanting it.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Upchurch, you survived. You
No,
sit
thank
down.
you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is,
Your Honor, if I
is
may.
he released, or can he remain here, or do either party anticipate that he will be called back? Mr. Upchurch may not want to sit here.
I understand that, Your Honor, but we're not sure where the plaintiff's case may go, and
Okay.
we may need him later.
So, Mr. Upchurch, you're free to go. But somebody may need to have you come back, so you can't sit in here if that's how you wanted to spend your afternoon. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Upchurch.
Your Honor, if I may bring one thing to the Court's attention. One of our witnesses, Mr. John Clark, has a flight this evening, kind of early this evening, because he has a medical procedure that he needs to be back in Washington, D.C. for. And so we were hoping that you might accommodate us and allow us to take him out of order, whether early this afternoon or now or whenever might be convenient for the Court.
How long will he be on direct?
I believe we designated 30 minutes for it, Your Honor.
Ms. Mayor, would you have any problem with taking him out of turn, and then we'll finish him, and then we'll break for lunch? Is everyone able to last that long?
That's not a problem, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your kindness and accommodation. Okay, you want to bring Mr. Clark in?
Let me go get him, Your Honor.
Okay. Just watch that ramp.
Okay.
Okay, and if you would remain standing until you're sworn.
Okay.
Mr. Ehrlich?
You solemnly swear or affirm or defend the perjury and testimony about giving this matter the truth, I hope to accept it.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the accommodation, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, and I thank Ms. Mayer and Mr. Vail.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, can you please tell us your name and your current occupation?
And could you please spell it so my court reporter gets it down accurately?
Yes, my name is John L. Clark, C-L-A-R-K. My current occupation is semi-retired correctional administrator, and I do a little consulting work.
And I'm going to remind you, Mr. Clark, of something that we've been reminded a few times by the court and the court reporter, that it would be helpful if we all speak slowly so the court reporter has time to get it down. So when
He's very fast, but he is not inhuman.
I'm not fast, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Nor inhuman, I think.
Mr. Clark, can you please describe give a brief description of your background in corrections?
Sure. Well, my primary background in corrections was 23 years with the Federal Bureau of Prisons at 7 different facilities and twice in the headquarters. Prior to that, 1972 to 74, I was a Catholic chaplain on the payroll of the state of Michigan, working in a state psychiatric hospital, which also had the forensic unit for the state of Michigan, all the people who were under observation and testing for whether or not they could stand trial. So I had some exposure to the corrections arena then. 1974, I changed careers, went to work at the Federal Correctional Institution in Milan, Michigan, as a uniformed correctional officer. I did that for most of the next 3 years. 1977, I was transferred to Eglin, Florida, to what was then the federal prison camp as a correctional treatment specialist or case manager. Excuse me. I only stayed there about 15 months, and then I was asked to move to Atlanta Penitentiary, the U.S. Penitentiary, which at the time was a large, high-security, troubled institution. And I went there again in the position of a correctional treatment specialist or a case manager. Stayed there for about 2 years, and then I was assigned as the unit manager at the newly opened Otisville, New York facility. And for the next 3+ years, I ran a high-security unit for federally protected witnesses at Otisville. And worked very closely with the warden staff.
Well, what year was that? Are we talking about?
Pardon me?
What year were you in Otisville?
From November of 1980 to January of 1984.
Okay, thank you.
So January of 1984, I was transferred to the United States Penitentiary of Marion, Illinois. I stayed there until July of the next year, 1985, where I worked for the most part as the warden's executive assistant or chief of staff. I was then transferred to Washington to work for the assistant director for correctional programs as his executive assistant or chief of staff, and then was moved to another position there during that period between 85 and 88, where I was the chief of the correctional programs branch, kind of overseeing all the policy and practice in areas of unit management, case management, witness protection, at that time Cuban detainee issues, and so on. In May of 1988, I had the good fortune, and the Bureau of Prisons was wise enough to send me to Miami, Florida, as a warden of what was then the pretrial Metropolitan Correctional Center on 137th Avenue. Stayed there from the spring of 1988 through the last day of 1989. At that time, I had been appointed to be the warden of the highest security prison in the Federal Bureau of Prisons, the United States Penitentiary at Marion, Illinois, where I had served previously on a warden staff. I stayed there until July of 1991, when I was transferred to the headquarters of the Bureau of Prisons, where I was assistant director for the Community Corrections and Detention Division, and sat on the director's executive staff, policy-making staff. I stayed in that position from the summer of 1991 until October 1st, 1997. At that time, I was appointed by Attorney General Reno to a congressionally established position to oversee the closure of the District of Columbia Department of Corrections prison system. They had, known as the Lorton Complex, they had, the district had for decades run, it was the only local jurisdiction that had their own prison system because of the unique nature of the district, and Congress had changed the law and decided that all those roughly 8,000 District of Columbia felons would become the responsibility of my old agency, the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So Congress established an office for the 5-year transition to manage that process, and I was appointed to that position. We completed that transition successfully, downsized the workforce of the Department of Corrections by from 4,000 to about 1,000 for their local jail operation. In 1992, I retired from government work. Or, pardon me, 2002, I retired from government work and went to work doing government consulting. So during that period from 2002 to 2009, I had 2 primary contracts. One, I was retained by the chief judge of the local court, the District of Columbia Superior Court, Rufus King, to work for his office, doing interagency problem solving and facilitating between the federal and district agencies on areas related to detention and movement of prisoners and conditions in the jail. This was not related to any case. This was just an administrative position to, based on my previous I think, successful experience that the Chief Judge recognized that he wanted me to be able to kind of be his right arm in working with the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the court, both courts, federal and district court, D.C. Department of Corrections, and so on. During that same period, I had a second, during all of that period from 02 to 09, I had a second government contract to do similar things on a national level, interagency problem solving. I was hired by a small component of the Department of Justice called the Federal Detention Trustee, and I was, since they were mostly United States Marshals by background, and they had all kinds of issues interacting with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. They wanted someone who not only knew the Federal Bureau of Prisons operation, but who knew all the players at the Bureau of Prisons. So they brought me on to do kind of the same thing on a national level that I did at the district level for Chief Judge King. So I did that until 2009 when I retired, except for doing this kind of witness work.
So you continued to work closely with BOP while you had these consultant positions from 2002 to 2009?
That was my primary responsibility, or one of my primary responsibilities, was to work closely with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. I was in there almost every week. I was in interagency meetings with them, maybe not at their site, but just every week or several times a month. And I also was familiar with them. It may not sound like much, but I have been for about a dozen years the president of a chapter of the Federal Bureau of Prisons retirees in Washington. It's a very high esprit de corps among retirees from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So we meet at the Federal Bureau of Prisons headquarters. We always have our lunches around the schedule of the director of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. He always comes down and dines with us, typically sits at my table, so I have a half hour to talk to him. And then he is the agenda. So he might speak for 20 minutes and then answer questions from our folks for 20 minutes on all, whatever's current, whatever's going on, whatever, I mean, you know, recently the sequestration, furlough thing, and so on. So, yeah, in a number of capacities, I have remained very familiar with what's going on at the Bureau of Prisons as well as the personalities there.
Let me ask you one question about when you were warden at the Miami pretrial detention facility here. Where were the detainees principally from who were in the Miami pretrial detention facility?
Largely from South Florida. There were, however, quite a number who were from out of the country who had been involved in drug boats in the Gulf or the ocean or whatever. There were also, you know, people probably come through this court on a criminal situation from all over the country. There's people coming to Miami to commit crime from different parts of the country. So there was some proportion from outside the area, but I would say predominantly either from the South Florida area or Latin America.
Thank you. Have you ever been a consultant for the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice?
Yes.
And are you working for the Civil Rights Division as a consultant on this matter?
I am.
Okay. And can you just tell me what you're being paid for your consultant work?
$1,620 a day.
Great. Can you also briefly describe your educational background?
Okay, I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy. I have a master's degree in theology, and I have a master's degree in public administration with a specialty in criminal justice administration.
Thank you. When did you first become familiar with BOP's efforts to provide a kosher diet?
Well, my first experience was at Otisville, New York, when I was there as a unit manager. Excuse me. I didn't have anything to do with it, but a kosher kitchen was established. There was a full-time Federal Bureau of Prisons rabbi, Jacob Honig, at a...
Your Honor, objection. I don't believe there's a proper foundation for this testimony. He has no personal knowledge. He said he wasn't involved. He's a fact witness.
I beg to... I think he's just saying the background. Is there anything of great pith and moment that you're concerned about as to the accuracy of his understanding?
Well, I don't want him to testify as an expert, because they said he was a fact witness. And I think that's where we're headed here.
Okay, I understand where the basis for your objection now.
Your Honor, I just say that I believe that he only suggested that he was not involved in installing the kosher kitchen, but we can certainly establish that he was familiar with the kosher.
Why don't you just rephrase the question?
Certainly, Your Honor. Was there a kosher kitchen in place in Otisville when you worked there?
We opened the institution, and shortly after it was opened, a kosher kitchen was established that I saw in operation. My inmates ate from it, but I was not directly involved in its day-to-day operation.
Great. And then, so after your work at the in Otisville with the kosher provisions there, was a kosher diet offered while you were warden at the Miami facility?
Oh, yes. By that time, 1988, and especially with the ethnic background here, it was popular, and there was a set-aside cage in the food preparation area. I certainly couldn't give numbers, but probably of the roughly 1,000 to 1,100 prisoners, there might have been 25 to 40, I believe, who were involved in in a religious diet, a kosher diet.
And what about when you were the warden at the Marion facility? Was there a kosher diet in place there?
Well, it was different. Inmates did not come. There was no central dining room. All the inmates, being the most disruptive, escape-prone inmates, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons were fed in their cells. So there was a provision in place for prisoners. And again, this was a small institution. Once we went to a lockdown operation, we reduced the population to under 400 from maybe up around 500. So it was a small operation, and frankly, there was not a high interest in religion among most of the prisoners there. We did offer some kind of program. I don't remember the details of it. I just remember that there were an occasional inmate who was interested. Whatever we provided, they seemed to be happy with. They didn't complain. And I went to every cell every week. So many issues came up, but kosher never came up.
Okay. And then when you became assistant director of BOP in 1991, did BOP's efforts to implement a kosher diet come up in that role?
Oh, very much so. Back in 1983, with various efforts at institutions around the country in the area of kosher, the Bureau of Prisons decided to do what it frequently does, which was to establish a pilot program. And we took one of our 5 regions, the Dallas region, and established a common fare religious diet, not just to serve the needs of Jewish inmates, but typically also Muslim inmates, because the prescriptions for the Jewish dietary law satisfied the Islamic prescription. So from 1983 on, there had been in place, including when I arrived as assistant director in 1991 and sat on the executive staff, there had been in place this pilot program. Pilot programs typically went on for 2 or 3 years. You made some adjustments. You either went nationwide or did away with it or decided what had not been a good idea. But things kept happening with the common fare / kosher program, and it kept getting extended. And also during that period, when I arrived in 1991 and dealt with some of these issues on a policy level, the South Central region was included with a number of other institutions around the country who had been off on their own direction with a kosher program, asked for permission to be part of the pilot, which included a little bit of funding and so on. So by 1991, probably half the institutions in the Bureau of Prisons, which at that time was probably 75 institutions, probably close to half were included in the kosher program. So then from 91 going forward, the pilot project stayed in place until 1995. And there were all kinds of issues with it, frankly. All kinds of unintended consequences when, on a policy level, we would decide we wanted to do one thing, and when we found out at our 75 or whatever number of institutions on the ground, there were all kinds of problems. So it would be tweaked or whatever, and we would go forward. Finally, in 1995, a decision was made to go bureau-wide. So all the federal institutions in 1995 came to offer the same common fare religious diet, or what we thought was going to be the same program. So that, and I might say during that time, the way the system works in the Federal Bureau of Prisons and the kind of executive decision-making is that the executive staff would have a management retreat maybe 5 times a year, where the director and 6 or 7 assistant directors and the 5 or 6 regional directors would either meet in Washington, where more than half of us worked, or we would meet out at near a federal facility around the country. So we were fed continually on these kind of pilot projects updates and data and problems that had arisen. So we were continually reconsidering the status of such a program up through 95, and then we implemented it nationwide. And actually that didn't end the problems. Problems continued after that, unintended consequences in many cases.
What were some of the factors that the executive staff considered in deciding to extend the common fare program bureau-wide?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, I fail to see the foundation. He hasn't testified that he actually was part of an executive leadership group. He's testified about what they did, but he's never established that he personally knows that.
I believe he did, Your Honor, but I can...
Why don't you clear it up?
As assistant director, Mr. Clark, were you a member of the executive staff?
The executive staff, which made all these management decisions, I think I said included the director and about 6 assistant directors, of which I was one. and 5 or 6 regional directors. So it was about a dozen people who were on that management council, and I was one of those for that 6 years from 1991 through 1997. So I sat in on all those, reviewed all the books of papers every quarter, or sometimes 5 or 6 times a year.
So what were some of the factors that the executive staff considered when making the decision to extend the Common Fare program bureau-wide? Well,
the first thing on any correctional decision-making agenda is security issues. And I think that we've found no real security problems from the implementation of the food aspect itself. There were significant, I mean, depending on your definition of security, there had been a lot of hostility generated during the course of the implementation, the 12 years, because of inconsistent administration of the program, inconsistent admittance to the program, which when you get hostility, especially group hostility, and in some cases it was group hostility based on one particular faith tradition being upset, you get that, it's a security problem in a prison. So that was one of the considerations. For the most, and cost is an issue. So we were always trying to tweak the way the program was run to have it pared down to a minimal marginal cost. On the other hand, we believe that our religious programs and access to practice of one's faith was a positive, apart from the religious aspect, from a management point of view, it was a positive pro-social involvement by prisoners and made the operation of an institution easier. Also, those kind of connections frequently were very positive. When prisoners were getting ready to leave prison, they had established some kind of connection with faith groups outside. So that, just the inherent value of prisoners being positively engaged in pro-social activity was a benefit for the organization and something that led us forward.
Did the passage of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act in 1993 influence the executive staff's decision to implement the Common Fare program?
Yes, it did.
I'm sorry. Let me state the question again. Did the passage of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act in 1993 influence the executive staff's decision to implement the Common Fare program?
Yes, it did.
And how did it influence it?
Well, we had been aware, as that bill made its way through the Congress in 1993, I believe, we had been aware of it. It wasn't going to make our life or operation significantly different, and kind of went along with our philosophy that religious programs are a positive thing to be encouraged and participations to be encouraged. But when it was passed in, I think, late 1993, I think we just decided to get ahead of the curve, that there were requirements in the law, and by 1995, we decided that we wanted to go ahead and implement this program nationwide. It was not, we probably, 95% chance we were going to do that anyway, so it may have influenced the timing, but it wasn't a game changer, but we were very aware of it.
Okay. You referenced that there were some problems that came about prior to the institution of the Common Fare program, and then some that bureau-wide, and then some problems that still remained after the Bureau implemented the Common Fare program bureau-wide. Is that a fair kind of restatement?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay. And so can you describe, well, one of those problems you referenced was inconsistency in the way that individuals were admitted into the program. Is that right?
That was probably the overwhelming problem.
Okay, and so can you describe a little bit of in more detail what that problem was, why there was a problems with inconsistency in admission to the program?
It was the intention of we on the policy side and of the director of the Bureau of Prisons that prisoners who wanted to participate in this program would be able to do so. We did not expect that prisoners should be saints or zealots or educated in rabbinic Talmudic law about diets or be able to clearly articulate as if they, had been involved all their lives with this as a priority. So on the policy level, the intention was, and the policy was written to try to open the door to make this available. And, there, I think, with some guidance given on how chaplains should work through this process. I frankly don't remember what kind of forms or written guidance may have been issued. I don't remember the specifics of it, but I remember that there was such guidance. The problem was when you have an agency with that's growing rapidly, 75, 80, 90 institutions, and you have different wardens, different food service administrators, and different chaplains all over the country implementing this program. There was a lot of inconsistency. There was inconsistency in buy-in. There was sometimes resentment. Some of our chaplains came from a religious background that may have been more fundamental or whatever, and they weren't real positive or open and put obstacles up. And you might, in one institution, have two chaplains from very different religious backgrounds, and one would interview an inmate who gave certain responses, and the inmate would be passed into the program. Another one could have interviewed the same inmate and would have denied access. So on a local level, we had some problems like that. Inmates also transfer from one institution to another, and they would see that in institution A, people got into the program fairly readily, and in institution B, most people got denied. And so there was just all of this hostility and resentment and that was going on. So no matter how much training you did with the local staff, you had those kind of issues. Then same thing in the food service operation. Some of the food service directors in institutions were more casual, that's the wrong term, but didn't closely supervise, so that some of the requirements for the kosher or halal were not really being adhered to. And next institution over, it may have been closely adhered to. There was some inconsistency, I think, on the financial side, since each institution did their own purchasing. Some were spending more than others. And, all of this information, one form or another, was funneling up to us. So when I say among the various problems, the biggest one and the one that was almost impossible to eradicate before I left was this inconsistency.
How did the Bureau end up resolving this the troubles with the admissions testing?
Well, I think by
Objection, Your Honor. Again, I don't think there's been a foundation laid for him to testify with regard to this.
Just lay the foundation as to how he has personal knowledge.
When you were on the executive staff at the Bureau of Prisons, what measures did the executive staff take to try to resolve the inconsistency in the admissions testing?
It was primarily staff training. I think the policy did not have any written sort of test or guidelines for any test to be administered. So at wardens' conferences, there would be training of wardens. The biggest area the biggest area was the training of chaplains, and it was just pounded to death what the intention was of the director of the Bureau of Prisons at that time, Kathleen Hawk Sawyer, and she would go out to the to meetings of chaplains and say, hey, this is what I want. I want people to be able to access this program. So, in a nutshell, in a nutshell, it was that kind of full court press with staff training and making it clear that the policy has nothing about a sincerity test in it that finally prevailed. I mean, I'm not sure that today it's totally resolved. My guess is that it pretty much is, but it's in a large system with many institutions, with many chaplains, many wardens. It's an inherent unintended consequence.
So can you explain what you mean by there's no sincerity testing, if I'm understanding what you just said?
Well, what had been going on was that there had been kind of the questioning that many chaplains used focused on knowledge of religious diet laws or knowledge of faith. And knowledge, I mean, the heads of the chaplaincy department and the heads of the Bureau of Prisons knew that there's no nexus between being able to articulate a knowledge and whether or not there's a sincere religious belief. There's no nexus. But it was kind of like the only thing that these some and a very much a minority of our chaplains, it was the only thing that kind of troublesome group could latch on to when they were doing these interviews. And again, they were not experts in this stuff either. They didn't know what halal law was to any great extent, most of them, or the strictures of kosher law. So they landed on this. They got some notes and kind of required certain buzzwords to be included in responses, and that was what they kind of used as a guide. There was never anything I mean, if there was ever anything in policy, I don't remember it, about a sincerity test. You can't test the sincerity of someone by their ability to articulate. That's true in all kinds of ways in the Bureau of Prisons. It's probably true in this witness stand, that the most articulate witnesses are not always the most truthful or sincere. And sometimes someone in our situation who had been a lifelong Jew and not practicing got in trouble.
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, there's a lot of speculation here. This is more of an opinion of an expert than it is a fact witness.
Overruled. But that's, he was going to be on direct for 30 minutes, and we're now 35 minutes.
Okay.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Let's stick to what is we need to focus on.
Absolutely, Your Honor. One of the other problems that you alluded to, Mr. Clark, was that there was inconsistency in the food service operation. How did the executive staff of BOP try to resolve this inconsistency problem?
Well, again, with our system of internal audits and reviews, I think some of it went to bulk purchase also, in terms of at least the prepackaged kinds of entrees that were used in the common fare program. Beyond that, I don't really remember, to tell you the truth.
I'm sorry, I'm not following. How does the internal audit system and the reviews and the bulk purchase of prepackaged kinds of entrees help deal with, quote, inconsistency problems?
Well, the question was not about the inconsistency. Well, it was about the. Go ahead.
Sorry, the question was about inconsistency in food service operation, I believe, Your Honor, and Mr. Clark. And so, if you can explain to the court how the things that you just referenced are relevant to the food service inconsistencies and what measures the BOP took to resolve those. I think that's what I was trying to do.
Maybe I need to understand, what do you mean by food service inconsistencies?
Well, I believe Mr. Clark testified just a few minutes ago that there was inconsistency across some of the different institutions with regard to the different way the food was served within those institutions. And so I was just trying to ask how that was resolved.
Well, there was an annual outside audit done typically by our regional office, and later there was a central auditing or program review operation in Washington for each of the disciplines, including the food service. So this became a priority when they went into an institution to see if that local institution was following the guidelines. So the internal controls was more of a local thing, that there was a set of guidelines where they had to do their own internal auditing. Are you doing things according to procedure? And they would have to report those internal audits, had to send the results into the headquarters.
And you also mentioned prepackaged meals. Did prepackaged meals play into that in any way? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, the way the common fare worked at that time is not where they're at today. It was inmates went through the general.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, he has not worked for the Bureau of Prisons for a number of years. And so I don't know how he can testify to what is going on now.
Or maybe I didn't understand the question.
I just asked, you referenced prepackaged meals, and I just was curious. I was trying to understand exactly what Mr. Clark was referring to and why he thought that those were some part of the answer to this problem.
And the problem that he was testifying about was the one in the 90s.
Correct.
Okay. So the objection is overruled.
So at that time, the way the program worked was that there was not a fully prepackaged program, prepackaged double wrap, sort of like TV dinner. The inmates who were approved for the religious diet program would go through the main kind of cafeteria line. They would tell the food steward that they were kosher, but they didn't have to tell them because they knew every day they saw so-and-so coming. and they would be given a prepackaged entree, whatever the entree of the day was. And then beyond that, they would be served the vegetables, the rice, or whatever that was being commonly served to the other inmates. So that was the way the program was set up. And then there was also an option for a salad bar, and prisoners could go ahead and serve themselves at the salad bar. So the only unique kind of aspect was the entree, and sometimes there would be made available a boiled egg, hard-boiled egg. I don't remember all the substitutes that we used, but there were certain things that were available to the kosher inmates if they didn't feel it was going to be adequate caloric intake there. But so, in response to the issue of the inconsistency, there were breakdowns around the system, and going in these internal audits cleared out most of those problems.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 9, if I may.
Okay.
Defense Counsel, I assume you already have a copy, correct? Okay. So,
is there any objection to Defendant's Exhibit 9?
No, Your Honor.
I believe that the government did not object, and I presume that since you're seeking to admit all of those, you don't mind that we admit them now. Okay.
Mr. Clark, when you were at BOP, were you familiar with this form?
No, I noticed it's dated 2000, August 2000. I wasn't there at that time.
Okay, and to your knowledge, is this in use by the BOP today?
No.
And what's the basis for that?
From my discussion with people at the Bureau of Prisons and who were there at the time.
Your Honor, he has no personal knowledge of this, and he's not an expert. He's a fact witness.
At a preliminary injunction hearing, Your Honor, the 11th Circuit has ruled that hearsay is appropriate.
Okay, overruled.
It's my understanding from discussion with people who were the leadership of the chaplaincy department of the Bureau of Prisons at the time, that this was had the intention of being able to offer prisoners an opportunity to state in an organized fashion their rationale and articulate in some way why they wanted to be involved in a religious diet. Again, what happened, the unforeseen consequence was that it was misused by certain chaplains, again, as sort of a sincerity test. It was never made part of the policy. It's not part of the policy now, it never was. It's something, a form that was developed that may have, I'm told, lasted for 2 or 3 years and then was discarded. It may still be, I don't know where it came from. It may still be on some website or something, but I'm told it's not in use.
Thank you. I also want to show you Government's Exhibit Number 32, which is the Florida Department of Corrections Religious Diet Program, effective date of May 22nd, 2013.
Okay.
Okay, let me direct your attention to page.
Sorry, the defendant did not put their exhibits in numerical order.
I apologize, Your Honor. We may have an extra copy, Your Honor, if I can.
Exhibit 32.
We have the DE, and I can pull it up.
I'm sorry, this is U.S. Government Exhibit number 32, Your Honor, so you might have it in the government's exhibit.
Oh, okay, then I'm sorry. Trying to keep track. This is the government's, United States government's 32?
That's correct.
Okay, is there any objection to United States Exhibit 32?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that is admitted. No objection.
Mr. Clark, let me direct your attention to page 4 of the policy.
All right.
Can you read section 4B3 for me, please?
The chaplain will ask the inmate to demonstrate the inmate's self-identified religious faith is sincerely held. Sincerity is evidenced by the basic knowledge of the religion and the requirements of keeping a religious diet. An inmate who does not know the requirements of to keep a religious diet obviously cannot do so, and such lack of knowledge is a strong indication of insincerity.
When you were at BOP, Mr. Clark, did you find that a lack of knowledge of the requirements of a religious diet were a strong indication of insincerity?
No. Quite the contrary.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination? This is Ms. Mayer on behalf of the Florida Department of Corrections.
I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What exactly was your role on the Executive Leadership Committee that you served on?
Well, I was a director of one of several divisions within the Bureau of Prisons, so my day-to-day responsibilities, apart from being on this executive staff management council, covered several areas. The name of my division was the Community Corrections and Detention Division. So on the community corrections side, my responsibility was for the whole what is now called the reentry process of thousands of inmates leaving the Bureau of Prisons every year. So we managed a system of halfway houses, probably 400 around the country. We did not run them with Federal Bureau of Prisons employees. They were all contracts. To manage that process, we had a system of about 30 field offices called community corrections offices in various states. One was right across the street for a while. May still be there, I don't know, in those kind of historic buildings next to the Federal Detention Center. So that was kind of the one side. The other was the detention side, which had a couple of aspects. The Bureau of Prisons at that time operated 10 to 12 large downtown pretrial facilities, and during that time we opened the facility across the street. So my responsibility was for all the policies that were related to pretrial operations and to ensure the consistency of the operations of pretrial facilities. And whenever any policy in the Bureau of Prisons on any subject was being addressed or changed or possibly modified, part of our role was to make sure that whatever was in that policy was suitable not only to prisons, which was the Bureau of Prisons' primary operation, but also to detention centers. Also on the detention side, we farmed out on contract, or placed out on contract, to states some number of prisoners, most of them protected witnesses. So all of those contracts for any prisoners who were outside of the Bureau of Prisons in detention were mine. Another was the whole Cuban detainee population. There was a large population from the 1987 Mario boat lift who were not convicted criminals, but who, without getting into the details, were thrust into the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and we could not keep them in our own, we could not intermingle them with sentenced felons. So we had to run separate operations, some of which were done in Bureau of Prisons facilities. Frequently, this detention was done in a contract facility, state, private, or whatever. So on a day-to-day operation basis, those were my primary areas of concern.
So as part of the executive leadership committee, though, you weren't in any kosher kitchens or run any kosher kitchens in any of the facilities, did you?
Well, during the time that I was assistant director, I probably visited 60 or 70 institutions. We believed in management by walking around. Wardens walk around institutions, and central office administrators get around the country. So I was probably in average of 15 institutions a year if I had business in that part of the country, and I would go into the dining operations, typically try to be in there during a meal. That's a tradition in the Bureau of Prisons, is that locally wardens and outside visitors should be there during a meal. When inmates are served commonly, it's a way to get a flavor of the atmosphere within an institution. So not in any depth. I didn't run any kosher kitchens, but I would have seen them, and it would have been an item for discussion since it was such an issue nationally.
But these problems that you've been discussing during your testimony, none of those you personally observed. Isn't that correct?
I did not observe interviews by chaplains, no.
Everything was told to you.
This was what was reported as part of the evaluation process, yes.
Isn't it true that the provision of kosher diets, the kosher diet program is more expensive than the common fare that's fed to the remaining inmate population?
Yes.
And isn't cost the legitimate reason to manage a program like a kosher diet program? Isn't cost a factor in that?
I think I testified that that was a continuing factor that we looked at. And as with a lot of things, you have to balance priorities. And that was always one of the issues in the balance.
And if there are significant costs associated with the provision of such a program.
What do you mean by significant costs?
Significant costs.
I would just stay away from adjectives, if you would, so that it makes it more meaningful, whatever he testifies, that we all understand what you're talking about.
Well, let's say if resources are scarce and you have to make decisions with regard to expenditure of funds on a program to keep it running, such that if there were too many people participating in the program, it'd make it difficult to operate it. Wouldn't you agree that you would want to preserve that for those who deserve the program?
Those who deserve the program. I'm not sure what that means.
Let's talk about the kosher diet program wouldn't you want to preserve that for those who sincerely believe, as part of their religious practices, that they need to abide by a kosher diet program?
Well, I think your intention as a good correctional administrator or administrative office is that you want to make available in an area that's so vital and so protected as religion. You want to do everything you can to make that available to people who have a real interest. Now, I don't know what sincere means, but so that's when you get into this balance. So if it was, but the whole thing is a small marginal cost in the budget of a large organization.
Well, the federal government doesn't have to balance its budget, does it?
Well, we had to balance our budget every year. In the Federal Bureau of Prisons, we were given a budget by Congress, and we had to live within it. Funds were appropriated. We didn't get a penny more than what was appropriated.
So, isn't it true, though, inmates, by their very nature, if there is something that they think that is good, that they try to manipulate their way in to benefit from it? Isn't that common among inmates?
If something was attractive enough, manipulation went on. This was not never was a program that was that attractive. You know, we never tried to make it attractive. We never tried to go out and buy something that was significantly better or more quantity than was available to all the other prisoners who were on the line. So do I think that sometimes somebody manipulates something? Yes. When you get into trying to determine who is manipulating something, and especially put a knowledge test on it, you know, that's something that we've fought and fought and fought as an executive staff.
Wouldn't you agree there are reasons that an inmate might participate in a program in order to get contraband?
In order to get, pardon me?
Contraband, for example?
Well, contraband covers everything.
It doesn't matter what kind of contraband. Isn't that a motivating factor?
I guess it could be. I can't think of good examples, but it could be, yes.
And might an inmate participate in a program because it might get him to another institution that he prefers to be in?
Yes.
And he might not be honest about why he wants to participate in that program.
Oh, that's a very real consideration, yes.
So isn't it true that you could be spending limited or scarce resources on inmates who are not honest about maybe wanting to participate in the kosher diet program?
Well, that was the beauty of having it nationwide or system-wide, having it at all the institutions. It took the whole motivation to be transferred out of the equation.
But if
that's one of the nice things about your program.
Limited
But, Ms. Mayor, remember
sorry.
what no talking over the witness, please.
And that's one of the things that appears to be good about your program, that versus what I saw when we toured your facilities a year ago, where it was totally open to manipulation in many ways to get transferred to another institution, and even possibly gave some influence to some outside sources. This takes all the manipulation out of it if you're doing it everywhere.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark, thank you very much. You may step down.
Okay.
And good luck on your procedure.
Oh, you've heard about my procedure. Thank you.
I don't know what it is. I just know that you're going to have...
Cataract surgery.
Oh. Okay, good. let us break for lunch, and I would, asking Ms. Buellin, I need for the federal program of cameras in the courtroom to have written confirmation. Apparently, it's not enough that you say it on the record. And Ms. Buellin has the forms. If you all would please execute it so that I can turn those forms in, I would be most appreciative. And Mr. Ehrlich, should we resume at 2:30? Okay. I am concerned that we're not going to finish today. That's fine with me. I can work my schedule around with you all, but I am concerned as to how that's going to impact both sides. So if over the lunch hour, if you could talk to each other as to how we use our time, I would be most appreciative. Okay, I'll see you back here at 2:30.
All right.
Okay, all counsel are present. Please have a seat. Are the 4 people sitting in the back interns?
No, we work with Randy Berg.
Oh.
Yes, these are interns.
Interns, okay. And where are you in law school?
Oh, I'm an attorney with Randy.
Okay, and the 3 of your colleagues?
Ms. Moore is admitted in California, but not in Florida. Ms. Calvo is a 1L rising 2L, and the third gentleman is actually an undergraduate.
Okay, and the rising 2L, where are you in law school?
University of Miami.
Okay, welcome. Anyone else that is in law school and interning? Okay, Ms. Mayer, your next witness, please.
We're going to call Shane Phillips, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, and Ms. Mayer and Mr. Songer, can I have the written consent forms back? Thank you.
Certainly.
I hope everyone had a pleasant lunch. To turn it on? Down. It's too low. Okay. Okay, if you would please state your full name and slowly spell it for my court reporter, I'd appreciate it.
And William Shane Phillips, WILLIAMSHANE Phillips, PHILLIPS.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. You may proceed, Ms. Mayer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Phillips, where are you employed?
The Florida Department of Corrections.
And what position do you hold with the Florida Department of Corrections?
I am an operations manager.
Okay. And
Is that better? Is that better?
Do you want me to make it louder? I made it. Okay. Okay, Mr. Phillips, the sound system is quite challenging. It was provided by the lowest bidder.
No problem. I understand.
And what part of the Department of Corrections is that position assigned?
It's assigned to our Bureau of Contract Management and Monitoring and our Office of Contract Management and Procurement.
Okay. And how long have you held that position?
I've held this position since January of 2013.
Okay. And prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, I was in the Office of Institutions, Bureau of Institutional Support Services from 2008 to the position I have now. And I've been with the department since 2001, so about approximately 13 years.
And what was the nature of the work that you did in the earlier years?
In my earlier years, I started in our Bureau of Finance and Accounting, and the vast majority of my work has been in contract management and monitoring.
Okay. And what are the duties and responsibilities in your current operations manager position?
I'm currently responsible for statewide oversight of our food service operations, our canteen operations, and our inmate. Sorry. I'm responsible for our food service operations statewide, our canteen operations statewide, and our inmate telephone service statewide. I also serve as the department's contract manager for our food products and delivery contract, our canteen contract, and our inmate telephone system contract, and various other contracts that relate to those 3 different program areas.
Were you asked to participate as part of the management team tasked with expanding the Department of Corrections religious diet program to include the kosher meals option?
I was.
And what is that option called?
It's the certified food option.
Does it have a shorthand name?
The CFO option.
Okay. And what were you tasked to do?
And when? Because this is the first I have heard that there was a task force to come up with the kosher meal plan.
I didn't say task force, I said management team, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll wait and hear what his testimony is then.
Okay.
I'm trying to give you a heads up as to some
Yes, Your
questions
Honor.
that I have so that you can anticipate the questions and answer them.
When I assumed the position in January this year, our management team tasked me with a few different things relating to our religious diet program. They requested that I develop a certified food option menu, and they also requested that I develop a proposed cost for that menu and to also identify a facility space for implementation of that certified option menu at each one of our facilities statewide. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll try to be a little bit more slow.
Mr. Phillips, if you don't, then I will presume you intentionally want to kill my court reporter.
Understood. Sorry.
Okay.
Let me back from the beginning here. The management team tasked me with 3.
Have you been a witness before?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. Nobody's going to bite you.
Okay.
And nobody's going to kill you.
That's good.
There's water in that pitcher there if you would like. And what you have to say is very important, not only so that he can get it down, so that I can understand the information that you're sharing with us. So if you'll just have a conversation with your counsel, then he'll get it down and I'll be able to absorb it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Thank you.
Our management staff tasked me with 3 different, basically 3 different main tasks. The initial task was to develop a certified food option menu for our religious diet program. And the second task was to develop the cost for that menu and to identify space available at each one of our facilities to implement that menu. And the third task was to arrange for the food purchasing and ordering of any equipment needed for that certified food option implementation.
And who else was on the management team with you?
Various members of my staff were utilized to help pull that information together. Kathleen Furman, some of my other food service staff.
Were there other areas of the agency on the management team as well?
Yes.
And in what areas?
In chaplaincy services, Alex Taylor was part of that management team.
I'm sorry, say the name again?
Chaplain Alex Taylor was part of the management team. Our general counsel, Jennifer Parker, was a member of that management team. Our chief of staff, Chief Dew, was part of that management team as well. Chief Michael Dew, DEW.
And this is the chief of staff for your department?
For the Florida Department of Corrections.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mr. Upchurch on that?
He was a
management
member of
team?
that team as well.
And who's Mr. Upchurch?
Upchurch, yes, yes, ma'am. And who organized the management team?
The team was initially organized by Secretary Cruz, and Chief Dew served as the chairperson, if you will, of the management team, so to speak.
And can you tell me when you first joined the management team?
In January of 2013.
So was this, when you were tasked with this, it began in January of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the total people on there, 6 of you on the team?
Primary members, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And what is the Department of Corrections' current plan for the menu for the CFO?
The menu consists of 2 prepackaged meals, shelf-stable kosher per day, and it will be supplemented with fruit and bread and other breakfast-type items like eggs and cereal. We also have a fortified beverage that will be part of the menu as well.
Will all the supplemental items be kosher?
Yes, they will. They'll be kosher. They'll be certified kosher in accordance with our procedure.
Okay.
And you're talking about the supplemental fruit and bread and breakfast type?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
How did you determine what an appropriate menu should be?
Well, I discussed with various other states and also reviewed information from the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and our menu developed very similar to the menu that was developed by the Federal Bureau of Prisons that I believe they still utilize.
Okay. And are there any differences between the menu that the department has devised and the menu of the Bureau of Prisons that you patterned it on?
There are a few. Initially the primary difference that I saw was a couple days out of their week they serve only 1 hot meal, and we're required to serve 2 hot meals by department rule to ensure we stay in compliance with ACA accreditation standards.
And ACA means?
American Correctional Association.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm. If you're going to show him something, make sure you show opposing counsel first. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
I handed you this document. It's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2. Is that the declaration you prepared a while back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There have been 2 declarations that he has filed. One is at docket entry 35-1, and the other is docket entry 39-1. Which one did you just show him?
It's docket entry 39-1. No, what did you say? It's the second filing.
The second one that is dated 5/9/13. The earlier one was 5/3/13. So which one did you just show him?
5/9.
Okay.
Is
Should
that
I?
not correct?
Yes, it's the one dated 5/9, exactly.
Should I disregard the one that was filed on 5/3/13?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
What does that declaration contain?
It contains projected costs of the certified food option menu.
And there's an attachment to the declaration. And what is the attachment?
It's the certified food option menu that was developed, including a cost breakdown per item.
And did you prepare that cost projection document?
I did.
And what did you determine the cost per inmate per day for the CFO would be?
$7.35.
And is this estimate based upon prices under your current food vendor contract?
It is.
Are you able to go outside that contract to seek other sources at this time?
No, we are not.
When could you?
We're actually in the final renewal year of our current prime vendor contract, and we anticipate actually going out to bid here shortly in the next few months. And so hopefully after that, working through the procurement process.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor. I have 39-1, but I don't have a copy. The attachment that you just asked him about, I don't have a copy of the attachment.
I'm sure it was filed, Your Honor.
Is it exhibit number 2? Okay.
My apologies.
Thank you. You have much better eyes than I do, Miss Mayor. You and Mr. Phillips do.
Well, that's why I have 2 sets of glasses, Your Honor.
Okay.
And what is the cost per inmate per day for the regular diet menu that is served to the general population?
It's $1.54.
Okay. So the cost of the CF menu is at approximately $7.35, and when you compare that to the cost of the regular diet menu at $1.54, is that roughly 5 times the cost?
Right, it would be $5.81, so it's a little less than 5 times the cost.
Okay. How much additional per day will it cost for the department for an inmate to participate in the CFO based just on the menu?
It's about $2,100 additional per inmate annually.
What is it per day?
Per day, it's $5.81 additional per day.
And as you just testified, that's approximately $2,100 per year
Right.
per inmate. Are there other costs associated with the implementation of the CFO besides just the food?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what sort of costs would those be?
Equipment costs that are associated with implementing the program, and also disposable supply costs that are like trays and cups and napkins and things of that nature, equipment, heated cabinets, microwaves, soup cookers, things of that nature.
And are these necessary in order to meet the kosher dietary requirements?
For the certified food option, yes.
Have you been able to quantify what those figures are?
Yes, Your Honor. The number of equipment, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. It's 312 microwaves, 80 heated cabinets, and approximately 80 soup cookers would be the total amount of equipment statewide we would need to implement the certified food option at the 64 facilities.
And have you priced that out?
We have. It's approximately $552,000.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'd like to move that declaration with the attachment into evidence, please.
Well, he has testified, so I don't know that we need to have the declaration be an exhibit, but if there's no objection, I'll be happy to make it an exhibit.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So Defendant's Exhibit 2 with the attachment that we've just gone over, which is docket entry 39-2, is admitted, no objection.
Now, you've told the judge the estimates on the cost of the additional equipment. How many institutions will make the CFO available?
64.
Okay. And will all of those institutions likely require additional equipment and maybe renovations to the food preparation area?
Yes.
And I believe you've already testified that you calculated a total estimate for the equipment purchases for all of those institutions to be just over $552,000, correct?
Correct.
How did you go about
And what's the life expectancy of all of that equipment? How are you amortizing that over what number of years are you amortizing that over?
We haven't done an amortization of the equipment, but based on our experience, this type of equipment usually lasts anywhere from 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
And how did you go about making the estimates for the equipment?
Based on projections that we received from our chaplaincy services office on potential number of participants that would be participating in the certified food option, we came up with some ratios for equipment to inmate. Basically, one inmate, 25 inmates to one microwave, and one heated cabinet and one soup cooker for every 75 inmates.
And would you again give the number of microwaves?
Yeah, it was 312 microwaves that we would need based on those calculations and the projected population that we received from our chaplaincy services office, 80 heated cabinets and 80 soup cookers.
And what was the projected number that you received from your chaplaincy?
It was 7,519, if I'm not mistaken.
And how did they test that number to determine its reliability?
We've got a database that we capture various religious categories out of, and it's based on our database information that our chaplaincy services got that information from.
And what's the source of input into that database?
If I'm not mistaken, it's based on input that's done by our chaplains at our institutional level. They input that information directly, and the inmate has to attest to a particular religious faith to the chaplain at the institution, and then the chaplain then records that information into the database. But that's a little something out of my purview. That's more in line of the chaplain's office.
Okay.
Now, Union
and
Correctional...
one other question. In looking at all of the parties' papers, it appears that in the past, the actual number of participants has been significantly lower than the estimated population. Have you taken that into consideration in determining, before you expend any funds, have you taken the reality into consideration versus the potential?
We've taken into consideration the department's committed to spending that upfront cost, and if it is, the department's committed to expending that upfront cost for equipment, and if it is determined at a later time that that much equipment is not needed based on lower populations, we have put a plan in place to where we would store any unnecessary equipment for the program and utilize that equipment for replacement equipment, so we don't have to go through an ordering process and a separate procurement process to be able to get that equipment. It would expedite the replacement of the equipment that may malfunction or may break down or anything like that, and should hopefully eliminate downtime from the equipment being available.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Union Correctional Institution is going to serve as a test institution, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And when will it be coming online?
July 1st.
And that, by online, I mean, is that when the food will be served?
Yes.
Okay. And what have been the costs associated with the establishing the food preparation area at Union?
At Union CI, it was approximately $13,000. That included equipment purchases and facility enhancements. It's about $11,500 for equipment purchases and approximately $1,600 for facility enhancements.
And how does the department plan to purchase the equipment for the statewide rollout?
By a competitive procurement.
And why competitive bid?
It should reduce the cost of the equipment and get us lower pricing.
When all the expanded kitchens come online throughout the state, will there be additional energy or utility costs associated with the operation of the food preparation areas?
Yes, there'll be some.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of that anticipated cost?
It's anywhere from, and these are rough estimates, but it's anywhere from $35,000 to $50,000 annually for all facilities, based on local utility costs and usage of the microwaves, how many hours per day.
And so how did you come up with that estimate?
It was an estimate that was based on a 1,200-watt microwave, based on an average cost of utilities statewide, so many kilowatts per hour. I think it ended up working out to 20 cents for each microwave and heated cabinet and soup cooker, and we just did some rough estimates based on that, based on the amount of equipment purchased and a typical running time of approximately 2 hours per day.
Okay, and you assume the worst case scenario that all 300 of the microwaves and all of the warming cabinets would be used.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Given the time necessary to order the equipment and order the food stocks, what's the department's target date for implementation of the CFO statewide?
It's mid-October
Okay.
of this year.
Doesn't the procedure that was implemented and signed off on by the Secretary indicate September 1?
It did.
Okay. Was that before the competitive bid process was worked into the estimate?
Correct.
Is that a best estimate date now of October?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But it is possible that it could change if other factors come into play.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, the target date, though, for UCI is still July 1, correct?
Correct.
And that hasn't been affected by either the competitive bid process or anything?
No, it has
food
not.
orders.
And what is the estimated population at Union?
250 would be participating, projected in the certified food option is what we're...
At the Union?
Yes, ma'am. Union CI.
And what's the total population there?
I believe it's between 15 and 1,600.
Okay.
Now, the daily cost of the CFO menu, I think you indicated earlier, was about 5 times that of the regular menu. Is it important then that the meals that are prepared be consumed by the inmate population that is going to participate?
Yes.
Does the department's religious diet procedure address what happens if an inmate misses too many CFO meals?
It does. There's a provision in the procedure that if 10% of the meals or more are missed during the month, that the inmate can be taken off of the certified food option menu as specified in our religious diet program procedure.
Is that 10% rule applied to any other diets offered by the department?
Yes, it does. It applies to all of our therapeutic diets.
And what is a therapeutic diet?
It's a diet prescribed by our health services or medical staff. Could be a low residue diet or a high calorie diet or
what?
Low residue diet.
What's a low residue diet?
Low residue is lack of starchy items.
So is a therapeutic diet by prescription only?
Yes, it is.
And what is the usual length of a therapeutic diet?
It varies by inmate. I don't have that information in front of me, but there's a wide range. It could be for 30 days, or it could be as long as a year. I know that we've had some inmates on therapeutic diets for in excess of a year's period of time. That's really dictated by our health service and medical staff.
Okay.
So an inmate can't simply elect to have a therapeutic diet, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
An inmate can't simply elect on his own unilaterally to have a therapeutic diet.
No, it's...
And how was the 10% number selected for the therapeutic diet?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure how that 10% came into effect. It's been a department standard for many, many years. It gives the inmates a certain amount of meals they can miss per month that the department several years ago felt was an acceptable level of meals to be missed by the inmate during a 30-day period of time.
What is 10% of the monthly meals? 8 meals that you miss?
Yes, ma'am.
So if somebody decides to not get up for breakfast for 8 times, then they would be off the therapeutic diet?
If the way it works is if they're over the 10% compliance on a therapeutic diet, it's reported monthly by our food service director to our registered dietitians. The registered dietitians then go to medical at the institution and say this inmate's missed more than 10% of his meals. Does he still need to be on this particular diet? And health services will then say yes, they do, or no, they don't.
Okay, so there's some investigation into why?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
In the context of the CFO, applying the 10% there, why can't you just over time figure out how many folks may miss their meals and just not prepare as many?
Well, because it's a small population of folks compared to our overall population of inmates, it's a lot harder to project than our standard population, where we can project, so many inmates in a given period of time are going to miss. And it's also can lead to delay in meal service and other things like that, and inmate unrest if we're not in a good pattern of providing meals.
So is there a specified time period during the day that you have to feed inmates?
Yes, there's a definite standard period of time that the institution sets. I believe it's 30 minutes.
And so if that is not met, if you have a delay because you run out of meals, and you have to prepare some additional, how does that affect the institution?
Well, the institution works on a very tight time schedule, as I'm sure everybody can imagine, and any kind of disruption to that time frame, and especially in relation to food service operations, can really throw off the rest of the timetable for the institution as a whole, and can lead to inmates becoming upset, and upset inmates lead to security issues and things of that nature.
And what percentage of the population is on a therapeutic diet, inmate population?
I'd say roughly, I believe it's about 5%.
And that's system-wide?
Yes, ma'am.
Are any particular institutions have a greater percentage?
I don't have those reports right in front of me, but just based on my last review of them, our department's broken into 3 individual regions. Our Region 3 diets are quite a bit higher than our Region 1 and 2 diets, so I would answer that question that the facilities in our Region 3 area, which is the southern part of the state, do have a higher amount of diets than our Regions 1, which is in the northern panhandle, and Region 2, which is in the central Florida area.
Okay, thank you.
And could that have something to do with the missions of the institutions that are down in the southern part of the state?
Have a lot to do with the mission of the institutions in that part of the state.
May have a greater number of, let's say, medical inmates with medical issues that
Exactly.
might have the diet.
Mr. Phillips, if you can help me just understand the Department of Corrections. What's the different missions? I'm sorry for these background questions, but it's something that you know very intimately, obviously, and are very familiar with. I'm a neophyte, and I'm trying to learn, so.
Right. There's various missions. We have security level missions where we have different institutions that deal with higher level security inmates, like the closed management or low, medium, and high risk inmates. Those are individual missions of a institution within our department. Other institutions, reentry institutions. There's reentry institutions is another particular mission type. Faith-based and character-based institutions is another type of mission that an institution may have.
And are those the 3 missions? You said that there's mission 1, mission 2, and mission 3, and I was just trying to understand.
I don't know if there's various missions throughout each institution. I don't know if I'd categorize them 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thanks. You just cleared it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're really not dealing with a mission 1, mission 2, mission 3?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. It's one of the problems when you are familiar with the Bureau of Prisons. The vocabulary can be similar but different, and having sort of like the difference between the Florida rules of civil procedure and the federal rules of civil procedure.
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And they may have multiple missions, correct?
That is correct.
Institution could have multiple.
That is correct. An institution could have more than just one mission.
For example, like the reception and medical center in Lake Butler, it has a medical mission, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. It also is a reception center.
Yes, it is.
And what is a reception center? Is that the first place that somebody is incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am. It's our reception process. We've got 5 of them throughout the state, and it's that initial reception process into the system.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips, you have some operational oversight functions connected with the inmate canteen operations, don't you?
I do.
Okay. And what vendor has the department's canteen contract?
Keefe Commissary Network.
Okay.
Say that again?
Keefe, Keefe, Commissary Network.
And how are canteen purchases made in the institutions?
Our contractor has an electronic system where the inmate will go to the canteen window, they'll process the order, and it's debited out of their individual inmate trust account.
Do they have some sort of card or?
They do. They have a card that makes that transaction happen through the contractor system.
So is it like a swipe?
It is.
And it's the entry of the data is right there at the point of sale.
Correct.
Your Honor, the next bit of testimony has to do with 3 very large exhibits.
I
Yes,
anticipate that they are in these.
Yes, they are.
Folders.
It's exhibit numbers 3, 4, and 12. So I'm going to let Mr.
Exhibit 3 was the declaration of Kathy Furman.
Yes, it's really the attachments to the declarations that came forward.
Declarations of, I'm sorry, your voice dropped. It's really the attachments to the declarations of.
It's really the attachments to the declarations that are of import.
That are in.
Of import, I-M-P-O-R-T. If I can. Is this, just so that I make sure that I have what you have, that, Your Honor, is exhibit number 4 in its entirety.
Okay. And the attachments to exhibit number 3 are in here?
Yes, they should be. I believe they're all tabbed as well. It is rather large.
The first exhibit that I have in here is exhibit 1, then I have exhibit 5, and then I have exhibit 2.
3 may be toward the back because it's large. And I have exhibit 6. Your Honor, I believe part of the exhibits to exhibit 3 are in your left hand. Those look like, yes, those are the canteen records. Those are all part of the.
But they're behind exhibit number 2. Why don't I give this to you and you show me where to find them in this book that you gave me?
Apologies, Your Honor, but it looks like my girl, we left out an exhibit label. I mean, the divider, but it is, exhibit 3 is, from here it says declaration of Kathleen Furman. It goes back to.
what we can do is thank you very much. Thank you.
The other exhibit he has is exhibit number 12.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, have you seen those exhibits before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, can I ask you to look at Defendant's Exhibit 3, which I think is the one on top of the big binder. It's kind of thick. Yes. What is the top document?
That's the declaration of Kathleen Furman.
And who is Kathleen Furman?
She is our statewide registered dietitian.
Okay, and there are some attachments to this declaration, are there not?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what is attachment 1?
I believe there are canteen records.
Attachment 1?
Let me look here. Is United States initial disclosures.
Sorry, yeah. Exactly, United States initial disclosures. I apologize.
Okay, do you know where that document came from?
Yes, she provided it to me.
Okay, and did I ask you to do something with that document?
You did.
And what was that?
You asked me to pull the canteen records for the individuals listed.
And are those the canteen records? Are those canteen records that you pulled attached?
Yes, they are.
Okay. There's also an attachment number 2 to that exhibit. What is that?
See.
Right behind the initial disclosures.
That is our canteen menu.
Okay, and so that's the canteen list that is provided by the vendor?
Yes, it is.
And those are the items available for purchase?
That is correct.
And the effective date, it looks like it's 2/8/2012, but was revived 3/06/13.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And is that the latest canteen menu or list?
There's actually been a revision to this canteen menu that was done just about a week ago.
Okay. Are there kosher items identified on that list?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how are they identified?
With the letter K.
Okay. So if an inmate wanted to purchase only kosher items from this canteen list, he would purchase those that were followed by the letter K, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you examine the documents that were generated from the canteen database to see if the inmates listed in the disclosures provided by the United States had purchased any non-kosher items on one or more occasions?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you find?
Found that all of the inmates, with the exception of Murray Retberg, had purchased items that were not identified kosher on the canteen menu.
And Murray Brittberg is Breitberg?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And how about Defendant's Exhibit 4, the great big binder? Did I ask you to do the same thing with that, with the inmates that were listed in attachment? I think that's also attachment 2.
Right.
4. Would you check that, please?
Number 4.
Okay, and is it attachment 2 that is the list of the inmates?
Yeah, it's actually Exhibit 4. That's the list of inmates. Under the declaration of Rosalind Warmass.
Oh, it's in the declaration?
Yes.
Okay. And who are those inmates?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following you. Are we on Exhibit 4?
Exhibit 4. It's the large notebook. And in the declaration, there is a list of inmates within the body of the declaration. And who are those inmates, Mr. Phillips?
These are inmates that were provided to us by chaplaincy services of inmates that had expressed an interest in the certified food option at Union CI.
In Exhibit 4?
No, I apologize. These are the inmates. Okay, I'm sorry. These are the inmates at the South Florida Reception Center. I apologize.
At the South Florida Reception Center, and you're sitting at the back one.
I apologize.
Just so that, Mr. Phillips, so that I make sure that I understand, listed on page 2 of the Rosalind, is it Romas?
Yes, ma'am. WROMAS.
Okay, and you're saying that the individuals that are listed on page 2 are at the South Florida Center? Reception Center?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, and are those the inmates who are participating in the pilot project that was opened at the South Florida Reception Center?
That's correct.
And did I ask you to check the canteen records that were generated in that exhibit for non-kosher purchases?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
And looking at the page 2 of the affidavit, Mr. Phillips, what are the numbers in parentheses after the inmates? I presume that's the inmates' number?
PC number, yes, Your Honor. Those individual numbers correspond to pages in the individual attachments where the actual items that were identified as the non-kosher items.
So look at Mr. Rodriguez, and they have a parenthesis. The first number is 30.
Correct.
So
that corresponds to that page, and on that page there's an item that's been identified as a non-kosher item.
I'm sorry, where is, on the bait stamp page number?
Yeah, under inmate Rodriguez, you'll see the 30, 32, 82, and 84.
See the 30, 32.
82 and 84. Under attachment 2 of the exhibit.
Okay.
And if you, at the bottom of that page, you'll see Exhibit F, attachment 2, and then 000001. Those numbers correspond to a page number in that attachment. And if you look on page 30, there's an item identified as a non-kosher item. In this case, it was a charbroiled cheeseburger.
Okay. Thank you.
And did you find that the inmates purchased non-kosher food items on more than one occasion?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they're reflected as the Judge Seitz asked about by the numbers that are follow the name and DC number of each inmate, right?
Correct.
And what sorts of purchases did you find that they had made?
Various items, as I mentioned, the cheeseburger, pork rinds, hot and spicy pork rinds, things of that nature, ramen soups.
And those are all clearly marked on the canteen list. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And now I'd like to direct you to exhibit number 12. Do you recognize that top document?
I do.
And what is that?
These are the inmates that were provided to us by Chaplaincy Services for inmates expressing a desire to be in the certified food option at Union CI.
Okay. And what other attachments are there in Exhibit 12?
These are individual canteen records for the identified inmates.
And from what time period are they?
I believe the time period is April 24th to May 20th, I believe.
Is that after they?
This year?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that after the commencement of the program at UCI?
Yes, it is.
And did you also perform the same comparison with these records that you did with the other two exhibits?
Correct.
The canteen list?
Correct. I looked at the individual records and compared it to the menu to make sure it was either a kosher or non-kosher item.
Okay, just so that make sure that I understand. Exhibit 12 are the individuals that have indicated a desire to participate in the program at Union Correction that is planned to be instituted in July.
Correct, Your Honor.
On the cover sheet of Exhibit 12, it has over in the last column, it looks like percentage of meals missed. What is the significance of that column?
That was some preliminary tracking that we were doing.
So Mr. Doyle has consistently missed 5% of his meals, and Mr. Jackson has missed 100% of his meals?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And Mr. Prater has missed 59%, and the rest, you have some that have 0% and some that have no tracking, and nothing in that list.
Correct. This is just some preliminary tracking that we were doing. I believe the main purpose of this was to pull the canteen records and to verify whether or not these inmates were purchasing items that were kosher or non-kosher from our institutional canteen.
Okay, and I'm looking on the second page of Exhibit 12 and looking at number 27, Muhammad Samir. He lists 100% of missed meals.
Correct.
So he's not eating in the prison system at all, except through the canteen? Is that what you determined?
He could be eating off of the alternate entree or the vegan, or he could be electing to eat off the main option. He's just not well, let me back that up. I apologize. He's probably eating off of the main menu and not the alternate entree or vegan option.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't understand then. What is the significance of the 100%? What that says that he is 100% not eating the regular meals, he's eating something else?
Correct.
Okay.
In those attachments of the canteen records, are the items identified that are non-kosher that you looked at? And how are they identified?
They're identified with a K for non-kosher.
Okay. I'm talking about the attached actual canteen purchase receipts. And looking through those, did you identify the non-kosher items in some fashion?
Yes, they were starred and circled.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor. What exhibit were you looking at when you asked that question?
We're looking at Exhibit 12, Your Honor. So on the pages where there is a circled item.
Can you give me an example? Just point so that I can make sure that I understand.
Perhaps Mr. Phillips can. He has the record in front of him.
I see Exhibit 12 on page 1 there's asterisks next to number 18 and number 19, and on the second page there's an asterisk again next to number 50.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, ma'am. If you'll look on page 5 of the exhibit,
okay,
you'll start to see the individual canteen record itself, and you'll see on that page there was 3 items circled and identified as non-kosher.
Okay, one is tobacco, the other is Copenhagen plastic lid. What is that?
It's a can of Dept, a form of tobacco.
Oh, okay. And it's not kosher to smoke?
That particular item has not been identified by our contractor as a kosher item, and they're required by our canteen contract to identify items that are kosher. Our contractor is required by their contract with the department to identify items that are kosher and non-kosher, and these items have been identified as not being kosher.
There are food items, though, among those canteen purchases that are not kosher. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were these purchases made after the individuals applied and were approved to participate in the CFO when the kosher meals became available?
Yes.
Do you know, is there an agreement that they are to execute that puts them on notice with regard to consuming non-kosher items out of the canteen?
Yes, I instructed our canteen provider, Keith Commissary Network, develop a specialized menu that identified kosher-only items, and I had that placed at each institutional canteen at Union CI.
And what did you do to make sure that your contractor the information your contractor was giving you, that they were in fact kosher or not kosher? What did you do to verify that he was performing his contract?
I don't have that information in front of me, to be honest. I'm not sure what procedure. I know that our registered dietitian, Kathleen Furman, reviewed the list prior to it being posted at Union CI, and she looked at each individual item and determined whether or not that item was kosher and that our contractor was meeting the requirements. But I don't have the report that she developed, that the process that she went through to do that.
Okay, but just so I'm not familiar, but is tobacco, is that governed by the kosher laws?
I'm not familiar with tobacco being governed by the kosher laws. No, ma'am. We just identified that as a non-kosher item that was identified by our contractor as being not kosher.
So that's where I guess I go back and ask, how do you know whether or not what your contractor is identifying as non-kosher is accurate?
Right, and that's what I mentioned. I know that I asked our registered dietitian, Kathleen Furman, to develop a methodology to be able to make sure that our contractor was telling us before we posted that menu at Union CI to double check to make sure all items they were identifying were in fact kosher. And I just don't have that report and information in front of me to be able to give you the exact process she utilized.
Okay. Is Ms. Furman going to testify?
No, Your Honor. May I approach?
Mm-hmm.
I've just handed you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is that document?
This is the menu I instructed our contractor, Keith Commissary Network, to develop to host at the individual institutional canteens at Union CI to identify only the kosher items available on the canteen product list, our menu.
And for purposes of the diet, are you concerned about tobacco products or food products?
We're concerned with food products. In Union, I will add that Union's a very specific facility because we've eliminated tobacco products statewide, and because Union has a death row inmates are allowed to utilize tobacco products. So this is a very unique institution, and this would not be really applicable to other institutions statewide with purchasing tobacco because they're not authorized to do so.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say Union and FSP, or Florida State Prison, are the only.
And what was the purpose of preparing that special menu list or canteen list?
It was to ensure the inmates had a clear idea of what items were kosher and what items weren't kosher, and it was to assist the inmates in identifying the items and separating them out so they could ensure they're getting a kosher item.
So they wouldn't make an accidental mistake.
Exactly. And purchase a non-kosher item just because the menu may be small or hard to read. This was an effort to assist the inmates.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to move Exhibits 3, 4, 12, and 13 into evidence.
Any objection? I believe that the government had indicated they had no objection to your exhibits. So 3, 4, 12, and 13 are admitted. No objection.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Cross-examination? Mr. Ehrlich, you want to take a 10-minute recess before we start? How long do you think the cross-examination will be?
I don't think it'll be that long, Your Honor. I would say 10 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips needs a break. We're happy to take one, but I'm ready to go.
You okay, Mr. Phillips?
I'm okay.
Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, you okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips.
This is Mr. Songer.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. I want to follow up on the point that you made at the very end of your testimony there. Under the new religious diet program that's going into effect this fall, is it correct that if a prisoner eats a single item that is not considered kosher by the contractor that provided the list to you, that prisoner is removed from the diet program for, I think, 30 days for the first offense?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And how was that decided?
Our food service directors at the individual institutions are going to be responsible for.
No, how was it decided that one violation resulted in a 30-day suspension?
Per our procedure, basically, if an inmate consumes anything off the canteen, whether that be just one item, our procedure dictates that we have the ability to remove them from the program. For that first violation would be the 30 days, according to our procedure.
Has the Department of Corrections conducted any analysis regarding whether that provision, removing an inmate for 30 days for a single violation, will save the department money?
To my knowledge, I don't believe a full analysis on that has been completed, no.
Do you have any idea how much money that will save the Department of Corrections?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
I believe you testified that you joined a management team in January of 2013 to look into ways to expand the kosher diet program. Is that right?
Yes, in January of this year, 2013.
Why was that management team formed in January 2013?
To review various options that the department wanted to pursue regarding religious dietary program.
But what was the impetus in January? Why January?
It was expressed to me through our management team that there was a desire to implement a certified food option type of menu, a prepackaged menu, and that, under my understanding, is that was the impetus that was explained to me, is that it was a desire by our secretary and executive leadership that they wanted to go forward with a certified food option religious dietary program.
Do you know why the secretary decided that he wanted to implement a religious dietary program?
I don't.
Mr. Phillips, in the proposed findings submitted to this court by the defendants, they state that the cost of providing the religious diet program in Florida was not significantly different than that shouldered by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which also has a kosher diet program. Do you agree with that statement?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. In the proposed findings that defendants submitted to this court, they stated that the cost to Florida to providing the new kosher diet program, quote, was not significantly different than that shouldered by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which also has a kosher diet program. Do you agree with that, that the cost of Florida and the cost of the Federal Bureau of Prisons are roughly the same?
Roughly.
You discussed the medical and therapeutic diets earlier that Florida provides. Is the rate of participation in the medical and therapeutic diets tracked to help the Department of Corrections know how much food that's appropriate for those diets should be ordered?
Well, they're tracked for many different reasons, but that is one of the reasons, yes.
And you testified that roughly 5% of the prisoners in the Department of Corrections are on one of those diets, is that right?
Yes, approximately 5%.
So if you can track participation to calibrate future orders for the medical and therapeutic diets, can't you also track participation in religious diets and calibrate orders appropriately so that there's no waste?
Well, with this being such a small population of folks, the diets are a little bit larger and they're more established. With this being a program that could be 1 or 2 inmates, or it could be a rather large population of inmates, depending on how many inmates, are interested in the program. The diets are very stagnant, to be honest. I mean, we know exactly from medical, which inmates are going to be placed on diets, but in this particular scenario, because it could fluctuate up and down so dramatically, it would be hard to do that.
Do you have any reason to believe that the kosher diet program also wouldn't be participated in at a relatively steady rate over the long run?
No.
The shelf-stable, double-wrapped kosher meals that the department will be providing as part of this new plan, do you know how long those can remain in the freezer or stored before they go bad?
They're not required to be frozen, but the ones that I've looked at recently had an expiration date of, I believe, 2015, I believe, so at least a couple of years based on what I've seen.
So if you were ordering those meals and erred slightly and ordered a few too many, if you were ordering those shelf-stable kosher meals and the quantity that you ordered turned out to be slightly more than what was needed, there's no real risk that any of those meals would go bad and be wasted before they were used by prisoners, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Are you familiar with the March 22nd version of the new religious diet policy that was issued, and that contained a provision that required prisoners, before they were able to access the kosher diet, they spent a period of, I think it started at 90 days and and dropped down to 30 days, where they would have to eat either the vegan entree or the alternate entree exclusively before gaining access to the kosher diet program? Are you familiar with that provision?
I am familiar with that provision and that procedure, yes.
Is the Department of Corrections conducted any analysis of whether that provision would save any resources?
To my knowledge, I don't believe an analysis has been done on that, to my knowledge.
Are you also familiar with the provision of the most recent religious diet program proposal that contains a sincerity testing provision whereby prisoners will submit a request, interview with chaplains prior to being admitted to the program?
Yes, I'm
Objection,
familiar
Your
with that.
Honor. It's outside the scope of the direct that I had with Mr. Phillips.
It goes directly to the cost of the program, which he
Okay,
testified about
overruled.
at length.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips, are you familiar with that provision?
Can you repeat the question one more time for me?
Certainly.
And tie it into the costs.
In the current version of the religious diet program that is being implemented by the Florida Department of Corrections, are you aware of any cost savings that would be generated by the sincerity testing provision that is in that policy?
Not to my knowledge, no. I don't, no.
I believe you testified regarding the Union Correctional Institution that you expected that there would be 250 prisoners from that facility who would participate in the program. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you come up with that estimate?
That estimate was provided to us by our chaplaincy services office, and it was based on various religious categories.
Do you know how many prisoners in the Union Correctional Institution are potentially eligible for the religious diet program based on their faith preference?
As I mentioned before, the information that we received from our chaplaincy services was around that 250 mark, would be projected to be eligible for the certified food option.
So 250 would be close to the total number that would be eligible in the entire facility, right?
Based on our initial projection that we received from the chaplain, yes.
But 250 wouldn't actually participate unless there were a 100% participation rate, right?
Can we rephrase the question?
Sure. If there are 250 prisoners in the entire facility who are potentially eligible for the program, then the number of actual participants would be less than 250 unless 100% of the people who are eligible participated, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you got a 250 population and it's only 250, then if they all want to participate, then that would be 100% participation, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the participation rate would be anywhere close to 100%?
Based on our initial projections, we don't. It's really too early to be able to tell that. I mean, these are the inmates that are projected to participate in the program.
Do you know what the participation rate was in the prior Jewish dietary accommodation program that was offered from 2004 to 2007?
No, I do not.
How many have indicated an interest in the program at Union?
I believe currently, and I think the last estimate we got from the chaplain's office was...
No, how many? I thought you said that these are individuals that... maybe I misunderstood your testimony. I thought there was some request that those that are actually interested have to notify the chaplain, as opposed to just picking...
Right. Our original projections that we received from the chaplain's office was based on various religious denominations where the inmates profess to be this religion, and that's recorded into our offender-based information system. And that's where the actual projections came from, and that was, at Union, was around 250 inmates. The actual number of inmates that have actually expressed an interest in the program, based on the last information I received from the chaplain's office, was a little over 100 inmates, I believe.
So less than half of the projected number?
Currently, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you know how many inmates have actually been admitted to the program to date?
Well, as I just mentioned, we've got 100 inmates that have expressed an interest, but the way I define admitted would be as soon as we start serving the meals and outrolling the program on July 1st, outrolling the program and serving the meals, that's when the official start date would be. So an inmate can express an interest up until that time frame, so it's still an available amount of time for an inmate to express an interest in the program.
But doesn't the program have a sort of a pre-screening process?
They do.
And when is that pre-screening process being implemented if you are going to start the program July 1?
It's my understanding it's currently being implemented, the screening process.
Okay.
Do you know how many prisoners have applied and been rejected at this pre-screening process that has taken place at Union?
No, I do not.
When did the pre-screening process start?
I believe it started on April the 1st.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Mr. Phillips United States Exhibit 2.
Yes. This is a study group of July 26, 2007, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips, will you look at page 10, please?
Okay.
Does that page show that the average participation in the prior Jewish dietary accommodation program averaged 250 prisoners per day?
Yeah, in the opening paragraph, it states that it shows that there were 259 inmates participating in the program.
And does that page also state how many prisoners were potentially eligible for the program? I believe it's near the bottom of the page.
And it's estimated that the total number of inmates who may qualify. It is estimated that the total number of inmates who may qualify for the JDA program is nearly 6,500, including Jewish, Muslim, and Seventh-day Adventist inmates.
So in the prior program, participation was around 250 out of 6,500 potentially eligible prisoners, right?
It was my understanding that this particular program was actually capped at 250, and I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about this program, but I believed there was a specific cap that was placed on this particular program. But this was prior to me having any involvement with our food service operations.
But you don't know whether there was a cap on the program?
No, I don't know that for sure, no.
Do you know any reason that to expect that the participation in the new religious diet program that Florida is implementing would be different than the participation in the prior program?
I'm not that familiar with the JDA program, to be quite honest, so I don't feel like I can answer that statement. I'm not sure.
But based on your knowledge, you're not aware of any reason, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, is it fair to say, since the Department of Corrections has now announced this new dietary program at, I believe, 64 Florida facilities, that the department has decided that it can afford to provide kosher meals statewide consistent with its budgetary interests?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
So your testimony is that the department is implementing a program that they cannot afford consistent with their interests?
I would testify that it has been expressed to me by our executive leadership that we are going to make the necessary sacrifices we need to make to implement this program. Now, can we afford this program based on our current budget projections and appropriations? No, but it's been expressed to me through our executive leadership team that we will make the necessary sacrifices to make sure this program is implemented.
Well, is that sustainable? If the department can't afford it, won't they have to discontinue it at some point?
That'll be a decision that's made quite higher than myself, to be honest.
It certainly sounds possible, right?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
You wouldn't agree with it, that it's possible that it would be discontinued if you
Well,
later decide that you can't afford it?
It's possible that the program may be discontinued due to financial reasons, but it's been expressed to me that this program is very essential to the department. But yes, it is possible. I apologize.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Any redirect?
Just a few brief questions.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips, when you developed the CFO menu, did you have any interchanges with the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons?
I did.
Okay. And what information did you gather to help you make decisions about the menu?
Various members of the Federal Bureau of Prison staff provided us a manual, program manual for their food service operations that we utilized, and quite a bit of the language from their kosher diet program and their procedure we implemented into our procedure. They also shared their menu with us, and we drafted our menu to be very similar to the Federal Bureau of Prisons menu.
Who were you working with in the Bureau of Prisons?
To be honest with you, I don't have the exact names on me.
Okay, out of which office were they?
There was one gentleman that we worked with out of the Washington, D.C. office. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head.
When you developed the cost projections, did you make any comparisons or with the BOP with regard to whether they were similar in cost?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Well, we concluded that the Federal Bureau of Prison menu was higher than the menu that we're currently wanting to implement.
What do you mean higher? It costs more?
The cost, yes, exactly. The per diem rate was higher than the $7.35 that we're projecting.
How much higher?
I believe theirs was closer to $8. I think it was $7.90, something in that range.
Mr. Songer asked you about an inmate being removed from the program. The procedure allows for an inmate to be removed from the CFO if they purchase a non-kosher item from the canteen on time. Is there a remedy that the inmate has if he thinks that he has been misjudged as a result of that purchase?
Yes, they can file an inmate grievance to grieve that decision, yes. And I believe the procedure allows for them to do that.
And how long does the grievance process take?
I believe it takes anywhere from 30 to 45 days, is my understanding.
How long at the institutional level?
I believe it's required to be done within 15 days.
Now, there were some questions about storing some additional shelf-stable meals to provide for to accommodate, inmates who may need to have a meal. If I understood it correctly, may need to have a meal, and you have misestimated, and you could store those food items and then prepare them to accommodate someone who shows up if you've misestimated. Is storage a problem for the department?
Yes, at several of our facilities, storage is an issue. Some of our facilities have very small kitchens, and there are storage limitations that would be prohibitive for us storing large amounts of shelf-stable meals.
So even if they won't spoil, that it would be a problem to store them.
Yes, exactly.
And really isn't the problem the amount of waste of the meal if you prepare it and someone doesn't pick it up?
Yes, exactly.
Share with me how it is prepared if it is in double wrapped cellophane and just put out there. How is that wasted?
If the inmate doesn't consume the meal, we consider that to be wasted.
But if it's still there, can't you just take it off and serve it again the next day?
Once it's heated, that's where the issue comes in. Once it's heated, it's from what my understanding is of the product, it's not able to be, non-heated and then stored. Once it's heated up, it's heated up. Is my understanding of the product.
Okay, then walk through with me as to the food dispensation process. An inmate comes through and the meal is already prepared, as opposed to just sticking it in the microwave for extra 2 minutes or less to heat it up?
Right, we have our kitchen staff and we have our folks preparing the individual trays for the inmates that come in. They will be, putting the prepackaged meals into the microwave, putting them out. We have temperature readings that we have to take to make sure there's specific, temperature requirements for the meal. And then they develop the tray and they serve it to the inmate.
And there's no way that you could determine whether or not the inmate that has a kosher meal is showing up for the meals before you put it in the microwave?
No, we do not.
And why is that?
We have an identification list where we say, okay, 10 of these inmates have enrolled into the program. They're eligible for the certified food option. We have that list available at the beginning of each individual meal service, and we have a form that our food service staff is required to fill out to ensure that the inmate did in fact pick up the tray. However, we don't have a way of projecting if those 10 inmates are going to show up to pick up their meal for that day. I mean, they could be sick, they could be in disciplinary confinement, there could be other mitigating factors that may prevent them from picking up that meal that our food service staff is not immediately made aware of.
Okay. And right now, if somebody is sick and doesn't show up for 8 out of the, 30 days, 3 times a day, 90 meals a month, if on 8 occasions, then they are eliminated from the program and the only way they get back in is they have to file a grievance and show, look, I was sick on these days, and that's why? There's no review that sort of examines, like you do with the therapeutic program, as to what caused the 10% non-show or missed meals?
We do have, our food service directors do look at the 10% compliance rate, and they do work with the inmate and say, what was the reason for the missed meals, and if it's documented reason for medical purposes that they were sick, that is taken into consideration. So if an inmate is sick that day and doesn't pick up their meal and it's verifiable through health services or our medical staff that they were in fact in the infirmary and the reason why they missed their meal was because they were in the infirmary, then that would not count against their 10% compliance rate.
Well, how about if they didn't go to the infirmary and they just simply, some days people have an upset stomach. It's not enough to go to the infirmary, but you say,
right, that's factored into
I've got the flu and I'm just going to stay in my bunk and I'm not going to eat anything because the thought of food just turns my stomach.
That's factored into the 8 days that the department a while ago determined was an acceptable amount of meals to miss for various reasons like that.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips, did you have anything to do with any involvement with developing the sincerity testing portion of the procedure?
No, I did not.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Okay. You survived. Is this witness released? Is this witness released? Ms. Mayor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay. Any chance that he might be recalled?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. And you're free to go. You've escaped.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you've lived to tell about it. The next time you appear, you could be an expert.
Your Honor, if I may, I would just like to retrieve my exhibit that I left.
Absolutely.
Mr. Phillips.
Your next witness. Oh, Mr. Ehrlich has asked if we could take a break.
Certainly.
While we're taking a break, if the parties could just tell me how much more time do you think so that I can work with my staff for tomorrow? But we'll be off the record, Mr. Ehrlich, so you can take a break.
Our one remaining witness, we genuinely expect to be done in 30 minutes, Your Honor.
Should I rely on your last?
You should not, but we.
Okay. And Ms. Mayor.
I think the next witness could be 30 minutes, Your Honor, at max 45.
Okay, if we can.
Have one other after that.
Then let's do this. Let me give Mr. Ehrlich a 15-minute break. I may be able to talk him into 10 minutes, so if we're ready to go about 13 minutes after 4. I can start. The question is how long to go. I have an appointment at 5 that if I get off right now, I might be able to move around. To stay a little bit later, but I try not to keep Mr. Ehrlich beyond 5 o'clock, since he's usually here at 7 in the morning. And as you can imagine, it's a lot of stress on the human body. I have a 9:30 tomorrow morning that should take no more than a half an hour, and I could start tomorrow morning at 10, and I have the rest of the day that I can commit to you all. We've moved things around, anticipating that we would need to be back tomorrow. So do you want to just go until 5 and come back until tomorrow, and that way that you all can get some sleep?
That would be fine, Your Honor.
We're happy to accommodate whatever schedule works best for the court. We could stay late tonight, but we're happy to reconvene tomorrow.
Good, that saves me having to go move the 5 o'clock to some other time. If we can do that, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly.
Okay. And then we'll just resume tomorrow morning at 10. How's that for a plan? Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
All rise.
We have more interns.
Oh, wow.
Yes, no? I'm sorry, it's the teacher in me. And where is everybody? You all are, as they say in the military, at ease. Let me talk to the interns. Who's interning that I haven't met before?
Probably the 4 of us.
And who are you interning for?
Judge Torres.
Oh, welcome. And tell me where each one of you are in law school?
Georgetown.
Ah, great institution.
I go to UVA.
Okay, not a bad one. Okay, and do you know your colleague right behind you?
We're in the same class. Yes.
Oh, excellent. Okay. The connections that you make in law school can start friendships that last the whole professional life. And I think that, Ms. Mayor, how long have you been a lawyer?
30 years, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Approximately 30 years.
I beat you. I'm a graduate of class of 73 of Georgetown. We're having our 40th reunion this fall. And Mr. Songer?
I graduated from Michigan Law School 8 years ago.
Okay, and Mr. Mygat?
Mr. McGatt, yeah.
Mygat.
I graduated from Michigan as well in 2002.
Oh, and Miss Bulin is a Michigan graduate, so. And Miss Harold James?
U of M, 1986.
She's like Mr. Ehrlich. She started out at the age of 2. Well, you'll have a. I don't know whether or not counsel is willing to talk to you all, because usually when we have downtime, they need to do all sorts of things when they're in the middle of the trial. But hopefully, you'll have an opportunity to talk to them sometime, and just that furthers your education. And I hope that you all would, if you have the time and the ability, will talk to them. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise.
All of the witnesses, all of the counsel are present. Please have a seat. Ms. Mayer, would you like to start with your witness fresh tomorrow? Because I'm willing to do that as well. Or do you want to get started and go for a half an hour?
Well, if we're not going to finish this testimony, we might as well do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Everybody's fresh.
We can do that? It's not the DC pace, but
I tried to speak more slowly in the afternoon session.
It was a good. And who's your next witness, just so that everybody's ready?
Mr. Talent, Mark Talent.
And you think he will take how long on direct?
30 minutes, max 45.
And I remember you gave me a summary of what he's going to say, and I need to refresh my recollection of what his testimony is.
Your Honor, it will all be about budget.
Budget. And then who is your other witness?
That will be Chaplain Alex Taylor.
And how long will he be?
He'll probably be 45 minutes.
And any other witnesses? Rebuttal?
Not that I am aware of, Your Honor, at this point.
And your one witness is?
And our only witness will be Dennis Watkins. He's the former regional food director at the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Okay.
Just for the record, is Grizzard not being called?
No, it does not appear that Mr. Grizzard will be called.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harold James. You were handling Mr.
Yes, I was.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I get to go home and rest. No.